Hey, Ted RX. G'day. Hello. How you doing, Ted? Good to see you here, mate. What are you up to on, well, you're in America, I believe, so it's the eve of Christmas Eve for you. My little meme thing, my little thumbnail says it's a Snoop Dogg. I can't even remember what it says now. Was the schnizzle before faux shizzle or whatever. I'm just closing out of a few windows. I've got too many windows open. I love smooth criminals. Never been a huge fan of rough crooks. Hey, Scout Inquirer. How are you? Hey, Trixie Tension. Welcome back again. So this isn't anything exciting. I'm just doing some prepping for Christmas Day tomorrow in Australia. And thought I'd just go live and chat and you can hang out. And I missed you too, Scout. It's nice to be doing some lives. I been for a couple of shopping drives. I'm just making some peanut butter cookies. This is the easiest recipe in the world. Even though I've got some shortbread for tomorrow, which is a bit of a Christmas tradition, I'm making some peanut butter cookies because I bought this little gingerbread man stamp. And I sometimes put chopped chips in, but because of the stamp, I'm just going plain peanut butter. But yeah, this is the easiest recipe in the world. Hey, Gone Girl. Oh, you saw the drive. Cool. Oh, we're cooking heaps of stuff, Scout. I'm basically going to prep as much as I can because Christmas Day is here tomorrow. We're feeding 11 people. And so I thought, it's a nice relaxing Christmas Eve. I got all the Christmas presents wrapped and everything's done, but I thought I might just get on with prepping some veggies and things. So tomorrow they can all just go into roasting dishes and what have you. So I'm going to make the cookies, then I'm going to make a dip because I'm going to a friend's house for drinks this afternoon or this evening at 6:30, just for an hour, popping in, but I'm going to take a little dip over. So I'm going to make that and then prep some veggies. I might pre-make the stuffing for the turkey, so in the morning I just have to shove the stuffing in the turkey's ass and whack it in the oven. You know, like as much as I can get done. I've still got to just check the Barbie's all good to go with gas and everything. I know there's enough gas, but just get that ready with the right plates. I've got interchangeable plates on my barbecue and nearly finished the bathroom, and then I'll run the vacuum cleaner over in the morning. So I always think it's best to do it on the day and everything else is done. Right, so the peanut butter cookies, just going to get a tissue because my nose is itchy as always. Whenever I go live, my nose starts to itch. And I looked up what it means and it says an itchy nose means you're lying. Well, I ain't lying, I'm prepping for Christmas. That's what I'm doing. So, fuck yous. Not you. Look at this tea towel. My godcat gave me this a couple of years ago. I love you just the way I am. So the peanut butter cookies are the easiest thing in the world. I've got a cup of peanut butter. You need half a cup of sugar. I haven't really prepped, like, I haven't got all the things out that I'm going to be using. It's going to be very much, I'm just cooking and thought I'd just hang out and give you guys a place to come if you wanted to hang out, chat, talk about what you're doing for Christmas, all that sort of stuff. Half a cup of sugar and 1 egg. The vegan in the family will not be able to eat these cookies because of the egg. Well, actually, he won't be able to eat the cookies because of the egg and the peanut butter. He's allergic to nuts too, so sucks to be you, Jocko. And you just mix this all together. This is the easiest, quickest. If you've got kids, you should make them with them because they're so easy. So yeah, 3 ingredients. You can tart them up a little bit if you want. You can put chopped chips through. I've done some with white chopped chips and cranberries before. Lovable Rogue, hi. Oh, my Christmas tree. Yeah, those of you, I should have put that as my thumbnail. I might change it. I made a Christmas tree wall hanging out of driftwood and string. And it's very beachy looking and very minimalist. And I like it because it's hanging on the wall. It's not taking up space on my floor. So I wanted a star on top of it, but I've ended up with a like a sprig of cherries, and I've got this glittery silver bird sort of holding it all together on top. It's fun to be back, but this is really just to hang out with me while I prep. You can come and go as you want. So you just mix the peanut butter. It is quite a runny mix, so you need to use water when you're shaping the cookies. The oven is at 175 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit would be over 300. I'm not sure quite what though. I wasn't actually planning on making these cookies. I was going to make some cranberry and white chocolate shortbreads, but with pistachio nuts in them as well. But I had a couple, you know, you've got like a couple of jars of peanut butter that are almost empty. Well, they're like a quarter of a cup. So I bought some more peanut butter and I thought I'll use up the other bits, and it's 2 less jars in the pantry. Where's my shitty kitty? She's asleep in the front spare room. Oh, that wasn't big enough. She's and it's ripped in the middle. Awesome. Yeah, she's in the front room sleeping, so don't wake a sleeping shitty kitty. She's so spoiled. She got a new ottoman, which I wasn't going to waste wrapping paper, wrapping it, and also I wanted to bring it in from the car the other day. But because it's sort of new and clean and firm, she's not interested in it at the moment. So it's my ottoman, and she's still using the daggy, stanky old one. Not that it's stanky. I washed the cover, but it's old and whatever. But yeah, she's getting a new scratching post. It looks like a cherry. It's like a big red ball with a green thing shooting out of it. And then her other new scratching post, I don't like scratching posts. They get messy. So the last one fell to pieces, so I replaced that. And then the replacement one's then going to go out into her enclosure. This isn't a family recipe. No, it's a... Oh, yeah, come on, guys, hit the thumbs up. I'm sure my regular thumbs downer fuckface will log into both of his accounts to give me 2 thumbs down. Thanks, Groover. Love the interaction. No, this isn't a family recipe. I actually did this earlier on this year on my main channel. So 3 ingredients: peanut butter, sugar, 1 egg. Line a baking tray with baking paper, or as you would say in America, parchment paper. 175 degree Fahrenheit oven. I'll grab some water. Normally with these on top, I just get a fork and do a cross like that. But today I'm going to stamp them with this little fucker. I wasn't actually planning on making cookies, so nothing like adding something else to the list. But these are so quick. And then all you do is wet your hands and roll the mix, which is quite sticky and fluggy. You probably need to wet your hands a couple of times. I've got to make these big enough for the stamp, so they're going to be slightly bigger than usual. They're bigger balls, so sort of that size, you know. Probably. Oh no, I don't think they're going to be big enough. We might only be making 6 cookies. These might be for Santa. I'm going to see what happens. All right, I can show you this one. Can you see the little gingerbread stamped cookie? Cute. Cute, cute, cute. So they only take like 10 minutes to cook, if that. They keep cooking on the tray. You don't take them out when they're brown. You take them out before they've browned. And they keep cooking. Stampapalooza. But yeah, this is more just, I don't know, I just thought, fuck it, we'll do these. We're hanging in the kitchen. So you can Google it too. You can Google this recipe. It's on heaps of websites. It's 3-ingredient peanut butter cookies. If you're keto, you still make them. You just use a keto-friendly sweetener, not sugar. And I do have a keto-friendly sweetener, but I used sugar because my sister drinks sugar in her coffee, so I have a small jar of sugar here. 170 degrees Celsius. So you'll need to do a temperature conversion in the Americanas. So I don't know, to be 300 and something, I would have thought. I'm probably going to end up with 6, maybe 8 cookies at best. Normally you get about, well, it depends on how big your balls are. But you can get quite a few out of this. And then you cook them for like no more than 10 minutes and then take them out and then let them sit on the tray for a few more minutes and then just put them on the rack and enjoy. I mean, I might even take these over to Jude's this afternoon. Originally, I was going to do, like, you know, when your kids go to a kids' party, they get a little bag of lollies when they're leaving, a little bag of treats. I was going to give all the guests tomorrow a little take-home bag of cookies, and then I was like, shit, I've got to factor in a vegan, a vegetarian, nut allergies, fuck all of that. And the cookies I was going to make are really high, intense ones to make. I was just like, nah. So I bought some vegan-friendly and normal. Isn't that bad saying that if you're not vegan, you're normal? Vegans are probably the ones that really have a normal diet, really, if you think about it. But if you go back to, well, maybe not, vegetarian, whatever. Vegetarians make, look, who knows? But my point was I got some chocolates. I'm ready, just some Lindt for the heathens, and then a block of some sort of vegan-friendly grossness. Sorry, Jock, you know I love you. I'm going to make some festive ice cream. Maybe we'll still be alive. I mean, I could be live for a few hours. I've got a few hours worth of shit to do. So, yeah, like I said, feel free to pop in and out. Trixie Tension, me, my mum, my sister and 2 nephews for Christmas did shopping and meal prepping already. No decorations. Yeah, a lot of people are looking forward to this year going. But I'm going to do a New Year's Eve live where we're going to talk about what came out of 2020 that was positive. Because I know it's hard to see the positives in such a full-on year, but I think there have been a few. I'm also very aware, though, that Australia hasn't really experienced COVID like so many other parts of the world. We were fortunate that it didn't get to us until after we'd learned, like other countries were able to teach us a few things, like how to handle it. Italy, in particular. And fortunately for us, even though we've got an absolute doofus of a prime minister, he took a really conservative, and he's really conservative, he took a really conservative approach. So, I mean, we've had a very fortunate experience so far. Touch wood, but, you know, there's a cluster now in New South Wales, but not even 100 people have it in New South Wales, and the whole state went into lockdown. That's what I mean by conservative. Like, Australia's taken a really hardcore approach, and we've been lucky. But I still think that there have been some positive things that we can all take away from this year, as weird as it's been. So I have got 8 gingerbread man peanut butter cookies. Whoops. Can you see them? I'm going to whack them in for 10 minutes. Hey Google, set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, and we're starting now.
Good work. Yeah, a cherry with a thing shooting out, like a stalk. And she's getting a new brush, and she's having a tuna fillet tomorrow, like a cat-sized one, not a human-sized one. And there's presents for her from her godmother, and that's a bag full of tissue paper because she loves shredding paper and ribbons for her to play with because that's what she loves. And my sister's given me a present for her as well. And also Tanny, who some of you would know, who comes into my channel, and she's a mod for John Crimes, and quite a lot of people know Tanny. She sent a couple of little presents as well, and one of them's for Biscuit. So, spoiled cat. Hey, Cass. Sorry, I only just saw you saying hey. Catch up on chat for a second. Put duct tape or insulation around the scrap. No, I won't, Lovable Rogue. I won't trim Biscuit's claws. My God, that wouldn't go down well. No, she's all right. Put duct tape to stop the bit shredding, but she likes the whatever that fabric is. It's not core, but whatever it is, she loves it. I don't mind replacing, scratching posts once a year. It's a good thing to buy her for Christmas. Oh, and she's getting a new tunnel as well because I've got a red Persian carpet hall runner, and her tunnel is blue and yellow. It looks like a Swedish flag, and I don't like the colour combos. So she's got a jet black tunnel now. And it's one of those crinkly ones. God, I thought there was a branch falling off a tree, but it was just a bit of bark. Hey, Beth, how are you? Yeah, that will be interesting. Yeah, New Year's will be interesting to see what happens worldwide, but also Scout, without the ball. Although we'll do it, but you'll probably all have to just watch it on screens, I'm imagining, like from home. Smell-o-vision. Yeah, it smells like peanut butter cookies in my house right about now. So next up, we're going to make this is a Tory recipe coming up. We're going to make a smoked salmon dip. Look out. I need to get my little noise pollution machine happening. This is another really easy peasy recipe. Although one of the ingredients, there is a secret ingredient which I don't know if you groovers will be able to get it or not. And it doesn't taste right without it, like with a different version of it. But I have made it without it too, and just with cracked pepper, and it's still good. But it's a lemon pepper, but it's the actual brand of the lemon pepper that makes it magical. It's like my potato salad. I use a whole egg mayo, the S&W whole egg mayo. If I can't get it, I won't make the potato salad because there's no other whole egg mayo that tastes anything like it. Even the mayos I make myself don't taste as good. So, yeah. You got your cat a new zip-up tunnel cozy as he only has 3 legs. Oh, 15, bless. They love their tunnels. Sometimes Biscuit comes out and she's irritated because I'm doing stuff and she wants attention. And I just go, where's Biscuit? And she runs and hides in her tunnel with her big fat bum sticking out the end, like I can't see her. But it's so cute that I just go, where's Biscuit? And she just goes straight into a tunnel. She loves, I've got some wicked photos of her in her tunnel. Don't know how long the cookies have got, but I might wait till they're done before I start the next thing. So yeah, last minute random cookie making exercise, as you do, because you just haven't got enough to do on Christmas Eve already. But I'm so chill. I'm looking forward to popping next door for a break in a few hours just to have a bit of a catch up with a couple of friends and a drink and then come back and keep going. My sister will be here at about 10:30 in the morning. Everyone else is arriving at 1:30. So, yeah, apart from prepping the turkey in the morning and whacking that in the oven and prepping a roast beef, I've got a porterhouse rolled, so some beef as well because we've got some 6'4" nephews who are huge and eat a lot. And that's going to be done in a roasting tray but out on the barbecue. My barbecue is almost like an oven. And then my brother's going to do some barbecue prawns, which are a recipe I found a few years ago, and they're marinated and they're amazing. And then you do like a garlic aioli. So Will's doing that. Nikki's bringing the bonbons, his wife. And then, yeah, we've got turkey and beef, and then we've got a shitload of different veggies. We've got baby carrots, beans. I'm doing Hasselback butternut pumpkins with, when I do the Hasselback, in each, not each slice, but a lot of the slices, we're shoving a bay leaf. We're doing the pink eye potatoes that I picked up earlier. We're doing a bread sauce for the turkey, a gravy. There'll be mustards to have with the beef. There's some breads. And then all of the side dishes, because I'm doing them all in lashings of butter, there's also going to be vegan versions for my vegan nephew. And he just eats all the veggies, and I don't think he's bringing, sometimes he brings something to put on the barbecue. Sometimes I've bought him things, but and for entree, he's having a vegan, he's bringing his own entree, a vegan something. And then for dessert, we're having a custard-filled profiterole trifle with cream and a spiced rum and maple syrup sauce. And that's dressed with some cinnamon star cookies up the top. I'm doing a festive ice cream, which is ice cream with brownie and like chopped up brownie and smashed candy canes through it. Very pretty. Then Jock's got his own vegan ice cream, which is a chocolate chip and cookie dough vegan ice cream. And then we're having raspberries, strawberries and blueberries. And then there's chocolates and shortbread biscuits and all sorts of shit. Oh, and there's a bacon and cheese pull apart and a cheese pull apart. Vegan cheese pull apart. No, there's no vegan cheese. There's a pull apart bread as well. It's just crazy. Do a cooking channel on TV and write a cookbook. I used to have, every time I say ketchup, you think saucy. See, we call it tomato sauce, not ketchup. But I used to have a website called Traces of Nuts, and I've been thinking about the Shitty Kitty Kitchen and Traces of Nuts, and this website was amazing. I spent 4 years just road testing recipes and just uploading the best of every recipe, like the best roast chicken recipe, the best this, the best that. And I rewrote the recipes so that they were more user-friendly, and I tweaked them a little bit as well. Like I'd add a few things and take some things out. And it was such a great project. And then the provider that I was, or the whatever they're called, that I was connected with went broke and my entire channel disappeared. We paid for backup, but they lost everything. Like I can't get the backup back, nothing. So next year, I think the Shitty Kitty Kitchen, Traces of Nuts might be reinvented, and I'll go live and have an associated website as well, because I love home cooking. And I love using seasonal produce and fresh produce. And even though it sounds like we're having crazy amount of stuff, everything is very easy to prepare. Like the beans and the carrots, for example, they're both going to have different butters on them, which is going to make them incredible. That's something else I'll prep, actually, the butters. I might get the butter out of the fridge so I can prep a couple of butters. got a salted and an unsalted. I don't know why. One butter was assaulted. Everyone call the cops. Yeah, it should be really yummy. Come on, cookies. Did that timer go off just before and I completely ignored it? Did you guys hear a just then? How did I ignore it? I've got a feeling I heard it and I've just completely talked over the top of it and ignored it. So yeah, because I thought, a lot of people are put off with cooking because they'll open a recipe book and try a recipe and they won't like it. And that's because... Hey, Google, stop. That was my internal timer. Yeah, so when these fuckers come out, they're not really golden looking. But they will be because you keep them on the tray for a few more minutes. Although these are bigger than what I normally make. Actually, I'm going to pop them back in for 1 more minute. Hey, Google, set a timer for 1 minute.
1 minute, and that's starting now.
She's awesome. Right, we'll get on with the dip in a second. But yeah, a lot of people are put off from cooking because they'll open a recipe book, try something, and they're like, I can't cook because this isn't yummy. And it's not them. It's the fact that the recipe isn't yummy. So I did a lot of recipes that only had 5 ingredients. They were always seasonal recipes using, what they could get locally. They didn't have to go to supermarkets and buy produce that's been sitting in freezers and fridges for 12 months. And it was sort of to try and encourage people to try cooking at home, but with really easy recipes. Like this dip that I'm about to make, it tastes better than any salmon dip you'll get anywhere, even in a high-end restaurant. It's amazing, and it's really easy, really easy. So, yeah, the body clock. Hey, Google, stop. Can't remember what Google did the other day that made me laugh. All right, so they're out. Oven is off. They sit there for a couple of minutes, and then I move them over onto the tray, whatever it is, this thing. The tray, the cooling rack. See, when I do my cooking, I use non-chef terminology too. So we need Philadelphia cream cheese. I took this out a little while ago so it was softened. I wasn't planning on making a dip either, but I thought I'll take a little ramekin over to Jude later on, and it's nice to have a dip in case everyone hangs around tomorrow afternoon and we get a bit hungry again. Not that there's going to be a shortage of food, but it's nice to do some cheese and bickies or a dip or something later in the day. Again, bad luck, Keto Kid, but I bought him a keto-friendly dip. I got him a hummus. I found all these dips that sounded like he'd be able to have them, but they all had almonds in them, and because of his fucking nut allergy, and I got him some keto-friendly seed crackers. I normally would make my own, but I couldn't be bothered. And now here I am making stuff I wasn't going to make anyway. Lover can't cook, won't cook. Well, that's fair enough too. So this is how I relax. My sister messaged me earlier and she said, "You're not stressing." I'm like, "You kidding me? I'm my happiest in the kitchen. I love it. This is how I wind down." Oh, those cookies smell good. So I don't put the whole block of Philly in right up. Am I going to use the whole thing of smokes? I might actually just use the whole packet of... So I've got a beautiful smoked Tasmanian salmon that I'm using, but you can use just normal smoked salmon. This is so beautiful, and because it's smoked, it adds flavour. It's not cheap either. Like, this is nearly $20. but it's delicious. And because I've got people not just tomorrow but also Boxing Day to feed, I'm kind of like, well, it's good to have a dip hanging around. But just cut your Philadelphia cream cheese into small pieces, not small, just little cubes. And whack them in your little noise-making machine. What's everyone else doing for Chrissy, food-wise? Who else is prepping and cooking? Somebody said they've done all their prep and it's now gone off the screen, and I don't want to touch my screen because it'll get Philadelphia all over it. But yeah, what are you guys all having for Christmas? And do you live in a place where you have Christmas Eve banquets, or do you leave it till Christmas Day like we do here? Like when I was in the States, the family that I was, my host family, they had a huge Christmas Eve dinner. And so Christmas Day, we opened our presents. Oh, did we even open them on Christmas Eve? I can't remember, but it was different to here. Like here, you wake up on Christmas morning, open all the presents, have some breakfast. Dad used to take the three of us off to the beach, which we loved, not realising it was so Mum could have some peace and quiet in the kitchen and get everything done. And then a big Christmas lunch. You live 2 minutes from 20 different type of restaurants and your daughter's a chef. Hey, why would you cook? Why would you cook? I'm just going to take the little cookies off the baking tray. And they can go on a little rack. I don't know when they'll come out, but they might be a little late afternoon treat. I might eat them all today while I'm prepping. I won't, but... And then I'm just going to put this over on the dining room table. When it's Christmas, does everybody else, like every surface in and around their kitchen gets used? Or is it just me? My dining room table is a recycled timber table, so you can put anything on it. It's great. It's raining. Ooh. Shit. That would have been hilarious if I tripped and knocked myself out and you're all watching going, shit. Somebody send an ambulance. It's bucketing down now. It's nice and cozy in here. Your cooking made her a chef. Well, people find inspiration in the weirdest places. So, yeah, smoked salmon. You can use just normal smoked salmon. I'm using hot smoked. I'm not going to put the whole chunk in because this is a taste thing with this dip. It's all about balance, like any cooking. But also, I might keep a little bit out for me for later on. If I'm still hungry after I get back from Jude's, I might just do some scrambled eggs with some hot smoked salmon for sort of like supper. Breaking the kitchen, more like breaking my neck. Scout, you'll be home Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. You're in the hospital again. The immune system is low. Staying home. Pete's going to his family's. Well, did you know what, Scout Inquirer? Sometimes I think that, COVID's kind of forced people to have quieter Christmases, but my sister and I spent Christmas together last year, just the two of us, well, Biscuit too, but the only two humans in the house, and it was one of the nicest Christmases I've ever had. And Ange says the same thing. Like, we just hung out. We cooked a little tiny turkey, and did some traditional veggies. Went for a beautiful walk on the beach. Like, it was gorgeous. It was so easy. I mean, and tomorrow is special because my brother and his wife and their youngest child, who's Lily, who's 14, they're going to Singapore in January for 3 years. So this will be the last Christmas, unless Ange and I go to Singapore for Christmas next year, that the family will spend together for the next 3 years. And like both of our parents are dead. My mum died when I was in my early 30s and Dad died in 2013. So it's really just the three of us and respective partners and kids in terms of our immediate family. But yeah, so it's sort of the last Christmas the three of us will be together for a while. Oh, Trixie's menu. Ham, turkey, potatoes, green bean casserole, stuffing, deviled eggs, bacon wrapped asparagus and a few other nibblers. And an amaretto bunt cake. Oh, yum. How do you make green bean casserole? Yeah, I've got the beach and you've got the snow. Exactly. It's so weird, isn't it? I heard, I think it was Makeup Mobster the other day saying she couldn't handle a hot Christmas. And I was like, come here, come to Australia and have a hot one. Although tomorrow's 19 degrees Celsius, so it's not hot. Although it is meant to be. Actually, we'll get the weather. Hey, Google, what's the weather tomorrow? Hey, Google, what's the weather tomorrow?
In Dodgers Ferry tomorrow, it'll be partly cloudy with a high of 17 and a low of 8.
Oh, shit. It's gone down 2 degrees, 17 Celsius. So, yeah, it's not hot. So I'm really stoked that I'm doing a traditional lunch because in previous years when it's been hot, we normally do like a seafood Christmas lunch. So we're going traditional tomorrow. Traditional with a modern twist. I'm going to do the roast beef is going to be a little bit Middle Eastern spices and flavours. Fried onions on top. Sounds good. See you, lovable rogue. Thanks for popping in. It is precious, the three of us and collective offspring. No, I didn't have offspring, but my brother and sister have 5. And my sister remarried and her second husband's got 5 kids, but they don't come to family Christmas. So my sister's doing Christmas dinner at her house tonight with Tim and his kids and their partners and they've got 4 grandchildren. Well, my sister's grandchildren are all step-grandchildren, I suppose. But so they're doing a Christmas ham and bits and pieces tonight. And then tomorrow, I've got my brother and sister, my brother's wife. My sister's husband is joining us, but a bit later on. He works for the Bureau of Meteorology, so he'll be late. Not late, but he'll be coming later. And then there's the 5 nieces and nephews, and then one of my nephews, his girlfriend's family are all interstate, so she's coming too, which is awesome. So it'll be fun. So there'll be 10 of us actually sitting down to lunch, and then Tim will come a bit later, so we'll keep a lot of food aside for him. Now, the secret ingredient. And I've put some lemon juice in, but I haven't put a heap of it in yet. I'm seeing how got to get the right consistency and flavour. And the lemons are from my sister's garden, so yum. But yeah, this is the secret ingredient. But you can just use cracked pepper, black pepper, but I don't buy Master Foods mixes of anything except this. This lemon pepper seasoning has a flavour and a taste to it. If they ever change a recipe, I'll stop buying it and I'll try and make my own. But it is just the perfect thing. And this dip does not taste the same without it. Well, it tastes different without it, and it still tastes good, but probably put about a, I don't know, teaspoon and a half in. I'm very much a cook by flukage. Sorry about the noise pollution. get a little spatula to push it down a bit. So yeah, not sure how she makes it good. Fried onions on top. I'm doing green beans with a butter. I'll make one. I'm going to make the butters a bit later. Making 2 different butters. The carrots have a honey, fig, and some sort of nut. Again, I've got to do some for the vegan without the honey and the nuts. He'll probably just have his vegan butter, Nuttalex. And then I might put figs on his. He can have the figs and the butter, vegan butter. And then the carrots, it's cranberry, I think pistachio, the beans, I think it's cranberry and pistachio butter. So again, the vegan will have Nuttalex and cranberries, but no pistachios. And we're going to roast the baby carrots and steam the beans. Scout, we usually do lots of seafood, different pasta dishes. Yeah, lovely. Just putting a little bit more lemon juice in to help it mix up a little bit. Loosen it up a bit. Or I could crank up my noise-making machine a bit more too. So, Scout, you use lemon pepper all the time. Do you get the same one, the Master Foods one, or is it a different brand? I can't remember. Is Master Foods just Australia or is it everywhere? Master Food Australia, and then it's got an Australian address and also distributed to New Zealand. But yeah, I remember going to a really expensive restaurant in Sydney one year, and every course that we had, they'd used Master Food seasoning. You don't do that in a high-end restaurant. But that little pinch of lemon pepper, oh my God, it's so good. So good. And I don't use it for a lot of things anymore. When I was at uni, I used it for everything. But these days I'm a little bit more experimental and more. I do a lot of Middle Eastern flavours. McCormick. Yeah, we get McCormick here too. I think. I'm sure I've seen McCormick. I don't know if I've got any McCormick stuff, but they're the ones with the green. It's McCormick the jar. Here we go. Oh, look what it is. McCormick lemon pepper, and I bought this because I couldn't get the Master Foods one, and it just didn't taste familiar to me. But is that the one that you use? Isn't that hilarious? On other sides of the world, opposite sides of the world. See, that's one of the positive things I think that's come out of COVID is I think a lot of people have realised that we are a global community and the world is a much smaller place than we all thought. And it is a small world after all. Disney were right. And even if it takes some McCormick lemon pepper to unite the planet, well, fuck it. Here we go. Just got to, you know when you're food processing and it clumps down the bottom and you've just got to get it so that it starts spinning and bringing all the stuff down from the top. We're just in that phase at the moment, so sorry about the noise pollution. There you go. See, we can get the same lemon pepper that you use. It's a small world after all. So I'm just smudging this down with my spatula. Still not mixing very well. The filly was softened, but there's quite a lot of filly and fish in this dish. Every time we use it, I'll think of it. I'll start using mine too. I think I need to just use it for recipes where I haven't used lemon pepper before, so I'm not expecting the Master Foods flavour. It's getting there. I'm actually going to put a little bit more salmon in. I will keep a bit of salmon out for supper tonight because I know there'll be some nibbles next door, but when I've finished doing the last bit of food prep, if there's any left to do, and I've got to clean the glass. My stove, I cleaned it, and then I cooked something the other day, and it was a minor explosion, and now the bloody glass, I've got to take the glass out and clean it again. Can't be roasting a turkey in an oven with a splodge down the window of the oven. Right, and a little bit more lemon juice. I put the SOS out for my sister to bring more lemons from her house, and she's also bringing the bay leaves for the Hasselback sweet potato, or not sweet potatoes, butternut pumpkin. Hi Morgan, how are you? Merry festive season to you, gorgeous. So good to see you. Sorry about the noise pollution. It's nearly over. It's not mixing very well. I've got a feeling I might have to get a new one of these. I don't think the blades are as good as they used to be. Or there's just a big chunk of salmon or something down the bottom that's... We're nearly there. Pete got me a kitchen... Oh, you got a KitchenAid too. My KitchenAid, I've put it up on the bench. It's normally back there, but I'm doing the festive ice cream in the KitchenAid. But maybe I'll do the festive. I'm just worried about the festive ice cream. Like maybe I should make it in the morning because it's got smashed candy canes in it. Will the colouring run from the candy canes if I make it? Because the recipe says basically what I'm doing is softening 2 litres of ice cream, and then you put it in the KitchenAid and give it a bit of a whiz, and then you stir through broken up chocolate brownies and smashed up candy canes. It's really pretty. I'll show you a photo of it. I'm so excited you're here, Morgan. I'm excited everyone's here. I haven't seen you forever though. So that's what it looks like. And then you sort of have it all swirly and yummy, and then it goes back in the freezer. But I'm just wondering, will the candy cane colours run? Does anybody know? Because it only needs 2 to 3 hours, and I could easily just knock that up tomorrow. Once I put the turkey in the oven, I could do that in the morning. And I've got to make the trifle tomorrow as well, so the profiteroles don't get too squishy. But the profiteroles are already filled with custard, and they've been dipped in chocolate, half of them, like one side. And they're sitting in the fridge, ready to be assembled on the morrow. Make it in the morning? All right. I'll take your advice. It won't take long. I'll just take the ice cream out, and while I'm in the shower or something, it can just soften a little bit, and then I'll do it. Because it says, yeah, just to refreeze it for 2 to 3 hours. But I will put the tins, because I'm going to do them in cake tins, in the freezer now, so they're not taking up bench space. One less thing to do. All right, so the dip is pretty good. I'm now wondering about the consistency though. I'm just going to give it a taste as well. Holy shit. All right, that's got a lot of lemon happening. Went nutso with the lemon juice, but that's all right. It's bloody good. Got some chives, making a bloody big mess here. You're going to have to chat with me while I do some dishes as well. Look out. But that dip is perfect. I'll just double check. Look at another teaspoon. Does it need a little bit more salmon? I'm going to use up the whole salmon. I'll have scrambled eggs without hot smoked salmon. Hot smoked salmon is the sexiest thing if you're into salmon. I mean, look at it. Look how oily and it's the best. It's such an easy dip. You're doing the dishes too, Morgan. Awesome. Just trying to clear things as I go a little bit. And waste not, want not. There's still some hot smoked salmon. I don't use the skin. Don't use the skin though in the dip. There's a tiny bit left on there. I'm going to actually pop it in a bowl. And a little Miss Biscuit will get. She won't get much. There's a couple of little flakes. Because it's Christmas. So I'm just going to finish mixing the last of the salmon through. And then I cut up some chives and stir them through by hand. I don't use the electric mixer. And then that's it. I'll put a little bit in a ramekin to take to Jude's tonight, and I'll do a couple of other little ramekins for here. Don't make the mistake, which I've done so many times, of putting all of your dip in one big bowl and taking it somewhere. I mean, mind you, this dip does get eaten. It's really moreish. But sometimes, you make something and people only eat a few mouthfuls, and if it's been sitting outside, you've got to chuck the whole thing. So, yeah, always put your dips into smaller containers if you've made a big batch like this. This dip in the refrigerator probably lasts a week, I reckon, because there's nothing that can go off. I mean, the Philadelphia lasts for friggin' ever, and the salmon's already been smoked. So if you use fresh smoked salmon, you'd want to use it in 3 or 4 days maybe, but I don't like to eat leftovers and old food for very long, but if this dip sat in the fridge for a week, it'd probably be a bit long for me, but it won't last that long. It'll be gone. You love salmon, Trixie? Me too. Your roommate asked if you're watching Martha Stewart. Far from it. Do you like my little festive polka dot Christmas colour apron though? Hang on. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, this dip has never lasted more than 2 days. So I send my brother and sister home with lots of food tomorrow, because there'll be lots of bread and stuff like that left over that I don't eat. I mean, I eat bread in the bread sauce, but I generally am not a bread eater. And they'll probably each get a little ramekin of this to take home with them as well. Actually, no, they won't, because I've got Boxing Day people to feed. So Boxing Day is very easy. It's all the Christmas leftovers with a few extra things. So that's it. There's the dip. Look how beautiful the consistency is and the colour of it. Pretty. And I'll get a little ramekin to take to Jude's. There's only 3 of us, I think. There might be 4. So, and Jude's doing the food, but she said to me, don't bring any food. And whenever I have something here, I love doing all the catering, all the food. And I always say, don't bring any food. And she always brings something. So this is my revenge. You tell me not to bring food, and I do the same, and you bring food to my place. Guess what? You're getting some of my food. We're going to have to do the dishes in a minute, and then we're going to get on with prepping some veggies, because I was going to do the ice cream, but I'm not now. Oh, the chives. Looking very festive. It is. It's such a great dip. It's so easy. Oh, these chives are munted. Yuck. Right, they're going in the compost. We don't use munted chives. They looked relatively okay when I took them out of the fridge, but you only need 2 or 3 slimy ones in the middle and the whole bunch is bad. Luckily, I have chives. I've got to get my herb garden happening again, but the fucking possums, I swear to God, as much as I love them, the fucking possums, as much as I love them, they eat a lot of my herbs, and they shouldn't. They're not like, I mean, they're herbivores, but they shouldn't be chomping into my herbs. So I've got a summer project to get my herb garden happening again. The only thing I've got out there now that survived is rosemary. That's the only thing they haven't chomped into, little fuckers. So I just chopped up some chives, and you just mix them through, and then I garnish with a few more chives on top. So easy. So easy. You can also do this recipe, this exact recipe, but use smoked oysters or smoked mussels. In Australia, the John West ones are the best to use. They're delicious. Do you guys have John? You have John West, don't you? Or is that Australian too? And there we have it. A wee ramekin of salmon pate with some chives on top that I'm taking over to Jude's. Look at that. And the little black things that you can see in there, that's the cracked pepper. Put planters on the, you've never seen John West? Yeah, I think it is Australian. There's an ad and it says that they use the fish that John West forgot, or is that another brand? I can't remember, but smoked oysters or smoked mussels, if you can get them, they're normally in oil in a tin, like a sardine tin, and you can use them instead of salmon. With that amount of fillet, I'd use 2 tins and use the oil of one of the tins. Really good. Where's my Glad wrap? Or what you guys call saran wrap, we call Glad wrap. Or cling wrap. No one really calls it cling film, but so, and I've got some little some crackers and a bottle of champagne and some presents for next door. The presents are easy. There was a fundraising calendar for the cat centre, the rescue centre, where I got Biscuit, and she's in it, but not one of the months. I'm bummed. I wanted her face in people's houses for a whole month, but at the back, they've got the story of me rescuing her and her mural. So I don't know if I've got any ones left that I haven't wrapped. Otherwise, I'd show you. I'm not popping down the bottom. Hi, Biscuit. Are you being talked about? Biscuit is awake. And I'm just going to put the other dip into a container, and then I'll just serve it in ramekins if and when we need it over the next couple of days. Yeah, so Biscuit's in the back of a calendar. I'm hoping that 2020 brings to a close all of the bloody media attention that my cat gets. I'm quite happy for her to be a mural, obviously, but I was interviewed by TV and radio 9 times in the first 12 months I had Biscuit. That is not normal. When you adopt a cat, to be interviewed that much, surely that's not normal. What do you guys think? It's a bit over the top, isn't it? Celebrity cat. Doodle, hello, gorgeous. You love cooking with Tori. You're kind of just hanging with me while I prep food, Doodle, but so good to see you. We've made some cookies. We've made a hot smoked salmon dip. And then I'm going to boil you all while I prep some veggies. So tomorrow I can just chuck them into their roasting trays or roasting dishes or steam them depending on what we're having. We'll boil them. Boil the potatoes. And then just putting the last of the chives on top. But I've got a lovely big tub of hot smoked salmon dip. So, yeah, if there's people that are still hungry and hanging around tomorrow late afternoon, we'll do a cheese platter. Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier. Like, Australians are so good at bringing food. Like, when you visit people, you take food. But a very Australian thing, which pisses me off when I've spent a whole day prepping food and cooking, is to bring chips and nuts and cheese and biscuits and stuff, which is lovely, but they hoe into them before you actually eat the meal and they fill up on it. So tomorrow there's a rule. I said to my sister-in-law, if your boys need bags of chips and shit like that, that is fine, but they are going to be hidden in my bedroom until after lunch. Because you spend all this time making all this beautiful home-cooked food and they eat half a bag of chips, like a big bag of chips, and then they don't want lunch. Fuck that noise. So, yeah, nice big container full of smoked salmon dip. Just going to do some dishes, dolls. You'll just have to chat with me while I do dishes. So, yeah, I want to hear more Christmas meals. What is everyone else having? What are you all doing? You're so brave. You bring real dishes. I bring any dish in disposable throwaway bowls. People never return your dishes. Baking pans. Hey, look. Everyone cheats. Even I cheat sometimes. I don't always. I mean, I like cooking and I find it relaxing. So I could turn this around a little bit. Just while I do the dishes, I've got my utensils over there. I've got a basket behind me which has all the ingredients and things, not all of them, but not the fresh stuff, but things that I need to bake and cook with, so they're easily accessible. I don't have to bag around in the pantry. I went to put everything away and I was like, just put it all in a big basket and it's easier to find. You've been busy. Me, Doodle, or someone in chat? I think it's a busy time for everyone, isn't it? I feel bad though. Like, I must admit, there's some sort of guilt that I'm feeling when I watch other creators, and it's not guilt, but I feel sad that I feel fortunate that Australia did so well with COVID so far. I'm not resting on our laurels and thinking we can't get hit hard with it. We still can, obviously. But when, I hear about people that are spending Christmas without family members that have died throughout the year, or family members that are in hospital fighting COVID at the moment. I've got friends in America who've lost people and who know someone who's fighting it at the moment, but not in Australia. I don't know anyone personally that's had it. But we haven't even had 1,000, sounds awful saying it, but Australia hasn't even had 1,000 deaths. Like, it's barely scraped the surface here, but we did have the advantage of learning from other countries before it got here. And even though our government, our current Prime Minister is ultra conservative, like I'm talking Hillsong, happy clappy church stuff, but he was probably the best person to be our Prime Minister when this broke, because he's taken a very conservative approach. But our Premier has taken an even harder line. So Tassie went without COVID cases for months, and then a family that was repatriated from overseas arrived here and they all tested positive, but they're in a quarantine hotel. They're not sick and in hospital or anything like that. But we've just had a completely different, it hasn't been parallel experiences, I guess is what I'm saying. So I don't know if guilt's a word or like, I can't fully relate to what you guys in America and the UK have gone through at all. Like, the state I live in hasn't even gone into full lockdown at all. We had self-isolation for a long while, but you could still leave your house and do things. Back in lockdown, Morgan, fuck. Doodle, we're having turkey, green beans, slow cooked all day. Yum. Sweet potatoes with a toasted marshmallow. The fucking marshmallows. That's one thing I loved when I lived in the States. I couldn't believe it. The marshmallows in salads and stuff. I mean, you can't buy those sorts of marshmallows here, but I came home and I was like, Americans put marshmallows in savoury dishes. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, shit, you know. But then some of my American friends are like, no, we don't. But I was in the Midwest. I was in Kansas City, and they put marshmallows in salads and veggie dishes. It was unbelievable. Those little tiny, specially made for that kind of thing marshmallows. Crazy. Oh, the chat's moved and I can't see the rest of your menu. And I wish to know all the foods. Deviled eggs, yum. Fudge and candies. Your family's been making fudge for 3 generations. Wow. Fudge is great. My Tassie makes some pretty amazing fudges. I'd love to learn more about your family's fudge. Your dad was bit by a tick and can't eat any hoofed animal. Oh my God. That's scary. There you go, Trixie. Yeah, very grateful for it. When your son goes back to his army base, has to quarantine for 2 weeks. Yep. People still have to quarantine if they arrive here from a hotspot. So like Sydney, Northern Beaches is a hotspot at the moment. Yeah, the Midwest, they put marshmallows in everything. Oh, the funeral, Morgan. Yeah, I mean, it's been awful for funerals the world over. That's one thing that did affect us because we went into this sort of self-isolation restrictions. I'm watching my little gingerbread man food stamp. He was so cute. He did a good job on the cookies. They don't look like they normally do, but that's all right. They might just be a secret stash. I don't think they're going to be proudly displayed. Not that we needed them. I just wanted to get those jars of peanut butter out of my pantry. Yeah, I've been to 3 virtual funerals, and like for one family member and a really gorgeous friend of mine who lived interstate, and it was so weird. But also the woman who owns the gym that I go to, her dad died this year, and it was when we were self-isolating, and he was enormously popular and would have had a huge funeral with hundreds of people at it. And they had to do when Bonnie, who was in our family, when she died, there were 10 people allowed in the chapel, all socially distanced, and they actually got rid of sounds weird saying the celebrant, but the person that was going to do the funeral, because they needed the seat. So my brother-in-law kind of did the whole celebrant role stuff. But Christine's family just postponed a proper send-off, a proper farewell, and they've just had it like in the last couple of weeks for her dad. But it's terribly sad, you know, and I mean, that's what COVID's such a cruel disease. Like, people have to basically be isolated and they die alone, and you know, like doctors who was telling me about that? Can't remember, but you know, the doctors having to check, one of the things they do every morning now, and they check that the iPads are all charged, because that's how families get to say goodbye to their family members. It's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And in Italy, you know, when it got really bad in Italy and they just were overwhelmed with bodies, and just very cruel virus, this one. don't get me wrong, I think all viruses are pretty nasty, but shit, it's a bit of a prick. Yeah, but Morgan, much love to you, gorgeous, and just it's like so many things that have happened this year. Just postpone it till an opportunity where you can all get together and grieve as a group and have some laughs as well and some happy memories. And because Christine was very heartbroken that her dad didn't get the send-off that she thought he deserved, and it was eating away at her for such a long time. And then one morning she woke up and she's like, well, he's actually gone, so I've got to stop beating myself up about his lack of a proper farewell. And for all of us left behind, we're the ones that feel shit about it. So the first chance we get, we'll do a proper, like, you know, celebration of his life, and they've just done it. So it's something to, it sounds weird, but it is something to look forward to when you can all reconnect and be together and say goodbye together. It's a huge part of the grieving process, is to be around other people and share your stories, good and bad, you know, have some laughs, have lots of cries, all that sort of stuff. So fingers crossed that time will come sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's terribly sad. I mean, all this horrible fighting that's going on YouTube, and thank God a lot of creators are starting to just go, enough is enough. I kind of think, what took you so long? But at least they're saying it right. Where's the thought about all the people that are spending their first Christmases without family members, friends? You know, there are children in Italy that don't have any family left. Like, they're orphans. They've got no uncles, aunties, grandparents, parents, siblings. Maybe they've still got siblings, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just... Yeah, let's go live on YouTube and bitch about other YouTubers we're never going to meet, instead of getting out and volunteering. I know it's hard for people to volunteer out externally at the moment, but there's a lot of things you can do online. Kind of blows my mind still. It would feel like a long year. Yeah, fancy peanut butter. I had a big jar. I had like a kilogram jar of peanut butter. And then I've actually got my two favourite peanut butters in those cookies. So this is Pix, which I love. Look at the lid. Cuteness. And these ones are the ones that you get in the kilo container. And then this is a Tasmanian one from the old Spiky Bridge. And it's so good. It's such a great peanut butter. But it's $9. I mean, it was given to me as a gift and it still had the price tag on it. I'm sure it was deliberately left on there. Oh, and your puppy's funeral. Yeah, but that's important. I wouldn't laugh. I'm going to have a farewell and a send-off for Biscuit. She's lying on the floor, flat on her back, sound asleep right now. She's such a tart. She lies on her back with her front paws are like this, back legs spread, just dead to the world. She's living the dream. She kind of looks like I did this morning when I was on the slab in the doctor's room getting a pap smear. She's kind of looking like I was looking this morning. Great way to start Christmas Eve. You do so much converting. I always have converters open when I watch other channels too, for temperatures and stuff. Yeah, we've got smooth peanut butter here, Doodle, which I'm assuming would probably be kind of the same thing as you guys, like whipped. But I love crunchy. I like the bits of nuts actually in the peanut butter. But there are certain recipes that you shouldn't use smooth or you shouldn't use crunchy. Like it, there are some recipes that are not right if you use the wrong type. But I used to make my own. There's a lot of health food shops here where you can choose your nuts and take your own container in and make your own peanut butter or almond butter or cashew butter, whatever you want to make. And that's the best because it's just 100% nuts. But most of these ones are too. But that Pix peanut butter with the star on the lid, that's a New Zealand peanut butter, but it's a bloody good one. But the Tassie one is amazing as well. I know, $9. Oh, woman, hello. You did catch part of a live. It's nothing exciting. I'm doing the dishes, for God's sake. But we're just hanging out while I prep some stuff for Christmas Day tomorrow. So welcome. I'm going to put the kettle on and make a cup of tea and try one of the peanut butter cookies because they're not really for tomorrow. They were just for me to make some pantry space and get rid of some. I don't know how I ended up with 2 jars of peanut butter open, but I was like, and they were both half used. I'm like, right, that's it. I think I made satay. I think I bought a jar because I made a satay chicken dish a couple of weeks ago and I didn't know if I had enough when I was at the shop. So I'm like, I don't know if I've got enough peanut butter in that other jar. And then I just used the new jar and forgot about the other one. I think that's what happened. But yeah, the OCD, like rather than just take the peanut butter out of one jar and put it in the other, I was like, fuck it, I'll just cook and get rid of 2 jars. So that's what happened there. Oh, you're doing some prepping too? Well, prep along. I can put a link in. I think YouTube's letting people do links again too. I can put a link in chat if anyone wants to just come up and chat too. Like, you're more than welcome to do that. I don't know if any of you groovers get up on panels and chat, but you're welcome to. Oh, saffron. Oh. I hope you like curries, doodle. Saffron in curry. Oh, yummy. Saffron's crazy expensive because it's, I think it's like, isn't it a stamen from a floral? Saffron? So good. I make a lot of curries and I make my own curry powders and curry paste and I use saffron a lot, but I also use saffron sometimes in like a fish bisque, because it colours things and it colours curry sauces. If you're doing a really creamy curry sauce, it gives it that beautiful colour, but also the flavour is superb. It'd be tiny and it would cost a fortune. My saffron at the moment is in a little box that big and it costs about $19 or $18 or something. Crazy. But whenever I see saffron in spice stores, they're usually a lot cheaper because they get everything in bulk and they can sell you a lot more for less. But if you're going like to just a general store to get saffron, you pay a lot for it. So I'm just going to put some of these things away. We might prep some veggies. Oh, I have to show you pink eyes too. I showed you the pink eyes in the car, but they're still covered in dirt. That was one of the reasons I had to do the dishes, was to empty the sink so I can soak some veggies or wash some veggies. Still a bit of washing to do, hang on. With a cork. Oh, cute. You're a boring eater, Morgan. Why do you say that? Biscuit wants to play. She's in the hallway at her tunnel. Where's Biscuit? Where's Biscuit? What are you doing? Oh no. She just told me to fuck off. She's like, meow. She's ripping up paper. Isn't that great when you've cleaned the house ready for Christmas Day and then it's like, what's my cat's favourite thing? Oh, that's right, ripping paper. Making confetti. Hi. I'll lift her up so she can say hi to everyone and wish everyone a Merry Christmas with her resting bitch face. She's so pretty in the flesh, but when I've seen her in playbacks on live, she's just the grumpiest looking thing. Oh, you've got to, if you're on Instagram, you've got to follow Grumpy Barbara. She's awesome. I love animal rescue stories. But Grumpy Barbara, she's great. Check her out. If you're not already a huge fan. A friend of mine put me onto her a week ago or 2 weeks ago and I just love her. She's so cute. Do you want to say hi to everyone, Biscuit? She's like, no, fuck you, I want food. I make lots of curries too. Tonight I made 9-layer bars and a lobster stew for... Oh, a lobster stew, yum. How much do you guys pay for a lobster? Like in Australia at the moment, crayfish, well, in the last decade, have been so expensive. And I saw a sign the other day that said crayfish from $35 each, which is so cheap because I don't think I've bought a crayfish for under $50 for years. And when I was a kid growing up, my dad used to do a lot of pro bono legal work for fishermen in particular, and they would pay him in crayfish. And sometimes we'd open our fridge, and it was like the scene in Mystic Pizza where Julia Roberts opens a fridge and her mum works like down on the docks processing all the crayfish, all the lobsters. And she's like, lobster, 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 and nothing else but lobster. And it's like, we were like that as kids too. But I'd give anything now to open my fridge and have it full of crayfish. But no. But how much do you guys pay? Because, yeah, we pay a lot for a crayfish. And another type of fish here growing up that you couldn't give away was flathead. And now they're charging like $60, $70 a kilo for flathead, which is a beautiful fish. But holy shit. Australia is so expensive. I'm not going to pick B up because she's happily lying on the floor. You're right. She's right there so that she'll get in the way of everything I do. 7. Yeah, check out Grumpy Barbara. She's cute. Check her out on IG. Main, I pay $7 a pound. $22.95 a pound. Hang on. Wait. Put in 22 pounds. 9.9, so just under 10 kilos. That's so cheap. Oh my god. No, I wouldn't complain about too much lobster in my fridge either. Like, that's my definition of heaven. Heaven. But Doodle, getting back to your saffron, we'll do lots of curries. When my main channel's back up again, I'm going to do lots of cooking and positive conversation about things. Crayfish is way different from Maine lobster. Grumpy Barbara's dancing. I haven't seen that one yet. I'll have to look at it. All right, I'm just going to make a cup of tea. I'm going to stop my cam for a sec. I'm going to grab my stool and come around and sit down. Biscuit, are you sniffing the veggies? You don't like carrots. We've had this conversation before. Let me just rejig the kitchen a little bit so I can have a little afternoon tea break before we get on with more prepping. If anyone wants a link too, I'm more than happy to have you on up here. Gee, I'm going to have a coffee because I need to stay awake for these Maplewood drinks. Doesn't sound good, does it? But you know what I mean. Do you want to go on the deck, B? It's stopped raining now. Biscuit's going to get so spoiled tomorrow, and she gets a Secret Santa as well. God knows what she's getting for that. $50 limit. So the cat is going to get presents up to the value of $50. It's crazy. She's very spoiled, aren't you? Yes, you are. Right, I've got to get a chopping board and a knife, scissors. Just putting a few more things away. Are you still looking for scammers and just doing it offline? I did actually accepted a friend request from a scammer, but he never contacted me, which was unfortunate. But some of you might remember Raymond. He still messages me. He's just boring as batshit, and he hasn't tried to scam me because I'm not really engaging. That was the one with Karen, the hard Karen. And I got a message from, what was his name? Like the soft man boobs guy. He contacted me only yesterday, I think. I've got like this icon popped up on my phone, and I'm like, what's that icon for? And because it didn't look familiar, and it was soft man boobs man. No, it wasn't Mark. What was his name? Because we all just started calling him Moobs. I've forgotten his name. So there's a soft skid Mark. That ended, and I ended the other one too. Ray, he's gone. Or is it Ray who messaged? No, sorry, Ray messaged me the other day. And so did the man boobs guy, but I can't remember what his name was. The dude who pretended to be a gardener at a nursing home in California. Yeah, we called him Moobs. I can't remember what his real name was. What was it? David? I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, I nearly died when I saw a message from him. I thought, oh shit, not that creepy man. They're all creepy, but he was really creepy. So no, I haven't been scam baiting. I've been thinking about doing a pure scam baiting channel, or doing all my scam baiting on Smooth Criminal on this channel, because this is a crime channel. Makes sense, right? Oh shit, my camera's still off. I forgot. Sorry guys. Probably better that you don't see the real Tory. You see the ready to go to a party Tory. What was that fuckwit's name? That's going to bother me now. So what I could do is, I'm thinking of prepping the stuffing for the turkey today. Going back to my old channel, it breaks my heart. The soft skid Mark, the hard Karen, the soft James, Robertson, or was it Rod? The soft Rod. No, Robbo, I think it was it? I think it's Robertson. What have I been up to? I've been baking cookies. These are so good. Those peanut butter cookies, seriously, if you didn't see the start of this live, 3 ingredients: peanut butter, sugar, and 1 egg. I've bitten into it and it's all soft and delicious. Oh, hang on, where's StreamYard? They're so good. I am almost out of YouTube jail. I wish, in a way, yeah, he was an asshole, that guy. I wish now that I'd put in a counterclaim. I've been educated on what to do, but I didn't want to at the time because it's very sort of scary. Like YouTube says, be mindful, if you start a counterclaim, you're instigating legal proceedings, and you have to fill out this form that has every detail about you, like your full name, address, phone number, everything. And I was like, oh, I don't want this fucker to know. Same with the guy who completely plagiarized me as well. I didn't want him to get all my personal details. But yeah, I should have counterclaimed. But Vegemite never got back to me. I really wanted them just to say it's their original content, even if he's archived it on his channel. it's not his original material, because then his strike would have been voided. But he grossed me out too, because he was like, I didn't choose to strike you, YouTube did. And friends of mine have been struck saying, no, you get told that somebody's used content from your channel and they ask you to choose what you want to do. And you can strike, you can do the copyright claim, which when I play music, it doesn't bother me if musos get the claim on my video. I mean, I'm not monetized for starters, but if I was monetized, I'd be more than happy for the musicians whose music I've played to get paid. That wouldn't bother me at all. And the other option is you do nothing. And this fucker chose to strike me. They're too soft to dip in tea, this batch. But yeah, the 4th of Jan. So I'm thinking Yum Tours will be rebranded again as the Shitty Kitty Kitchen or Traces of Nuts, which was my old foodie website, which was great, and it won't take me that long. I've still got the laptop I used at the time that's got all of the branding and everything that I paid for. And we'll just do kitchen chats and talk about topics, talk about things that's happening on YouTube if we want to. I've been silent on a lot of stuff, but I'm like, nah, fuck it, I'm going to speak up. I've got a lot of strong opinions about what goes on YouTube. And I'm going to talk. I don't care if I end up with a target on my back. Some people need a swift kick up the arse. And then Shitty Smooth Criminal, this channel, I'll do my podcast still, but I'll also do any sort of crime stuff like serious crime or scam baiting. And then, yeah, and that's it. Oh, so what have I been up to? I've been doing a lot of volunteering, and I'm currently doing a placement at a place called Worker Assist, helping people that have workers' compensation claims, and I'm loving it. It feels so good to donate your time to like a community legal service that are there to provide free legal advice to people who need it. It's really rewarding. Oh, Doodle, it is a scary place, and it's a ridiculous place too, because that's why I'm hoping people just wake up and just go, this is pointless. I don't know where my really big prepping vegetable chopping board is. That's all right, we'll use this one, but I've got a bigger one. I've seen subs from another channel come into another creator stream trying to take over, doxing and crazy shit. It's really bad. It's really bad. I've always had a rule on my channel that the only rule is to not talk about other YouTube creators and no hate speech, basically. But I've even had people on my panel, on my channel, bagging other YouTube creators and being assholes. Some people are just fuckwits. Oh, those interviews, I didn't get that job or those jobs, but I ended up, there were 2 roles. I ended up either 3rd or 4th. So now with the Department of Justice, I'm marked as appointable, which means the next time a position comes up, I don't have to go through the formal process. And they could actually contact me and ask me if I want the job and just do like a very short interview and acceptance kind of thing. They won't have to advertise. So in the new year, fingers crossed, someone at Legal Aid decides to move on, or the people that have got the jobs decide it's not for them, and I get a phone call. I'm still applying for other community legal, but in the new year too, I'm going to try and get some placements at some other community legal centres, basically volunteering to get some experience and network and work with the people that might down the track have a job for me. But a lot of these organisations rely on government funding, so they're not all necessarily in a position to employ me, but I'm adding all this recent experience in different areas to my CV. So yeah, no mentioning of other creators and not having a go at subs. I mean, I've had people on my panel going off at people in my chat. It's like, fuck off. But I also think a lot of subs are bad news. And I think, seriously, guys, going into next year, if you're one of those people that can't help but tune into the hate channels, you're kind of part of the problem, because if they didn't have an audience, and they didn't, even if you're there to watch a train wreck, but if they didn't have an audience, the channel would eventually disappear. It's the only way it's going to go, because these people aren't going to change. It's obvious, because they're still digging shit up from 2 years ago and trying to, cause drama. They're not going to change. There are creators that are never going to like each other. So I think if we all make a point in the new year of looking out for positive and fun channels and promoting them, and unsubscribe from all those other nasty ones. And don't get me wrong, I've watched train wrecks. I mean, I was part of a train wreck, which is why I got interested in it, because I'm like, I can't believe this shit's happening. And I was fully doxxed, full name, Facebook stuff, all out for everyone to see. It was delightful. But yeah, all this hot air and talking about it and fighting and responding again. And don't get me wrong, I've said this before, I really think people are entitled to a right of reply, but sometimes you've got to think, why am I bothering replying to these people? They are proving themselves to be toxic, a bit fucked in the head. What's the point? Just let it go. So do you remember our walk and talk about dementia? I'm your spokesperson to mention to everyone to talk about their doctor of brain health. Yeah, when I was having my pap smear, hasn't put me off my cookie, I can tell you that right now, but I actually said that to her. I said that to my GP. It's like, when you talk to your patients about heart health, are you also talking to them about brain health? Because basically everything that you do that's good for your heart is also good for your brain. And she was like, no, but have you just done the understanding dementia MOOC at UTAS? And I was like, yep. And she said, you're my second patient who's asked me this question. She's like, New Year's resolution, I'll be doing it. So all the doctors have to say is you need to look after your heart health and your brain health and treat your brain the way you treat your heart. So all the things you know are bad for your heart, they're bad for your brain. All the things that are good for your heart, good for your brain. So like going for a walk, good for both. $250 watches and 15 chatting. Yeah, but I mean, look, it irritates the fuck out of me that, some of the other train wreck channels get like over 600 people watching them for train wrecks. It's like, fuck, stop doing that. Don't watch it. If they don't have an audience. But for a little while there, I was like, these channels made me feel really good about myself. How calm and reasonable I am. I enjoy watching them because they made me feel better about myself. But at some point I'm like, I don't need to watch a shitty YouTube creator being a bitch to everyone to feel better about myself. I just fucking get a pap smear and get told by my doctor to. She was so cute at the end. She's like, I say this to all of my patients. Now that you've come in and had your pap smear, make sure you go and get a treat. And she recommended a place where I could get a custard Danish, an apricot Danish with custard. Bless her. The hero song and the choo-choo. Choo-choo, diddle-la-da-da-da, choo-choo. You would, Doodle. I had to nurse my mum, and I did a fair bit of caring of my dad as well, and your mental health is so important. You've really got to keep on top of that when you're caring for people and your mood. It's very hard. So what do I do, guys? Should I make, put a 1 in chat if you think I should make the stuffing, pre-make the stuffing, and then I can just shove it in the turkey's ass tomorrow morning. One less thing to do in the morning because I'll be doing the trifle, the ice cream, and the turkey and the beef. Put a 2 if you just want me to prep some veggies. Everyone's always nice in here. That's a testament to something. 1. So 1 was the stuffing, right? I've already forgotten. All right, we'll do the stuffing. I don't know if it's cool to make the stuffing a day early or not. I suppose it won't matter because it's just going to go. It's just going to go up the turkey's ass and then get roasted tomorrow. So the bread might get too... It's got bread crumbs in it, I think. I'll tell you what's in it, and then you tell me if you think I should pre-make it. Onion, butter, oats, breadcrumbs, and 20 chopped sage leaves and salt and pepper. It's only going to take me 5 minutes, actually. Fuck it. Let's prep some veggies. Shoving it in the turkey's ass. You prepare the night before and it comes out perfectly. That's what I was thinking. I'll just make the stuffing, put it in a bowl. It's going to get roasted for like 3.5 hours. So we're torn. Old woman saying it could be soggy. Hey, Francesca. We're just prepping for Christmas Day, so we're just all hanging out. While you're deciding if I pre-make the stuffing, I will just wash the carrots. Look at these fuckers. Carrots. Yumbalina. I couldn't get the heirloom, the different coloured ones. I went to 3 different places, but the butter is melted. Mix that in just before stuffing. Well, it's only 25 grams of butter, and it's hardly any butter, and it's purely just to cook the onion. You vote for pre-made stuffing. Yeah, the carrots are beautiful, aren't they? With the carrots, I still leave a little bit of the green stalks on the top of it. I'll show you. Should be fine then. All right. I'll just finish washing the carrots. But yeah, I leave a bit of the green stalks on because they look so pretty. Plus, some of my family members actually eat them quite happily. But they just look gorgeous. And then I'll make the butters. So we'll do the stuffing. It's not a hell of a lot of stuff. And the turkey, in the morning, I've got to put under the skin the butter and herbs, and that's something I could also do, but I could do it today. But a lot of people brine their turkey, but the butter and herbs under the skin, you get this really crunchy skin and really moist taco. Hey, Sishu, how are you? I miss you, Groover. I hope you've been well too. Oh, roasted carrots with oil and crushed red pepper. Yum. Just trying to work out what size frying pan I need. Not a very big one. This doesn't seem like a lot of stuffing. 1 onion, 50 grams of oats, 125 grams of breadcrumbs, and 20 sage. I might just do that in my wok so I can give it a really good toss around. I love prepping the day before. It's fun. Been a bit busy, Seshu. You haven't been around. No, I miss you, Groover. How's your study going? Are you on break now from study? I did wonder where you'd gone. It's like, where's Sesh gone? It's like he's vanished from the face of the planet. I mean, I knew you'd be busy, but... All right, Ski, I'm just going to move the cookies over here. My dining room table is getting a workout. Here I was thinking I'm going to set the table tonight. That's going to be my job tonight when I get back from my neighbours. I love setting the table. I've already worked it all out. It's going to be very pretty. My Christmas theme, I sound American. Australians don't really do Christmas themes, but my Christmas theme is navy blue, white and silver. It's a bit of a nod to the Geelong Football Club, who my brother and I and my nephews all support. Still waiting on your exam results. Let us know how it goes. So I'm going to chop up the onions. Where are my onions? I grabbed a bag of onions. So there's a lot of onions for tomorrow. I'm going to need my scale for this too. For measuring stuff. I'm just wondering how many onions this actually needs. Maybe that's the... I reckon that's a typo. I normally would use a red onion. I forgot to buy one, so I'm using a brown onion. But onion's onion at the end of the day. Christmas pretty much threw up all over our house. We had nothing else to do being stuck in. Sort of nice. I mean, I've got a large Christmas. That's what I was saying earlier about how I feel a little bit guilty or disconnected from the reality of COVID because, yeah, I mean, there's 11 of us here tomorrow, and apart from the 4 people that are in this hotel that were repatriated who tested positive, but they're not sick, there's no COVID in Tassie, and there hasn't been for months. We've never had to wear masks here. It never got to that point here. It's one advantage of being on an island. It's quite easy to stop things like plagues. If the government's strict, which they were, and it paid off. And people are still complaining. I mean, we didn't have our rights taken away from us. So, hey, that's speaking of rights. Let's get controversial. I'm being lazy too. No, I'm not. I'll chop it by hand. I've got a really cool thing that finely chops onions, but fuck it, let's just do it. How do we feel about creators who but I was going to say, if you're having a really small Christmas, even if you're having Christmas on your own, you can always watch a shitty Christmas movie like Love Actually to make you feel worse. No, I'm kidding. I mean, Love Actually will make you feel worse. If we get into a discussion about why Love Actually sucks, that'll amuse me. But how do we feel about creators? I find this really funny. Ironic. I hear a lot of American creators banging on about their right to free speech, you know, freedom of speech. Now, we've got it in Australia too. We just don't have it written in a Bill of Rights, but we can speak out here too. But, well, some people in Melbourne couldn't during lockdown, could they, Seshu? But you hear a lot of Americans going on and on about their right to free speech, which is fine. But there's a typo in this recipe, and I'm just going to do one onion and wing it. But there's a heap of American creators in quite a few different communities that only take questions from their subs if they're members or if they super chat. So if you want to ask questions or speak in their lives, you've got to pay for it. Doesn't that totally go against what you guys are always going on about? Like, why should you have to pay somebody money to ask a question in their lives? It's that controversial. I mean, I think it's a money grab too, don't get me wrong. But I really think that subs who have become members just so that they can be listened to and can be heard, why are they happily doing that? Like, they're justifying it. Yeah, I became a member because I want to ask questions. Well, I want to ask questions too, but I'm not fucking paying some asshole so I can ask a question. I'll go elsewhere. And the thing is, if it was Buddha or Deepak Chopra or Mother Teresa or Elon Musk or any Nobel Peace Prize winner or award-winning author or musician, I'll fucking pay to speak to them. But some of the creators that only take questions and comments from members and super chats are not known for being intellectual giants or doing anything amazing to change the world. How do we all feel about this, or is it just my thing? It's a rort. I agree, Francesca. Total bullshit. Yeah, exactly. $20 if you want to ask a question or make a comment. Or $20 a time, or are you paying $20 just to be in Patreon per month? Member of a couple of channels, don't really chat much and appreciate effort they put into their channel. Sometimes when they are big with thousands in their lives, it's hard to see comments. I agree, old woman, I do. But, and that's originally what Super Chat was designed for, because some creators were getting so big and their chat was flying and it was the only way to see your comment. And again, like if Elon Musk was live and doing a bit of a Q&A, let's all chat sort of thing, I'd be throwing coin at him to get my question seen. But I'm not fucking paying some YouTube creator who has absolutely no credentials at all in the area that they are claiming to be an expert in. And they're also potentially saying stuff that's shit. I'm not paying to speak to them. It blows my mind. Yeah, mainly the Chris Watts. You're right, Francesca. I was trying to be tactful, but yeah, they're bad. They're really bad. But there's others too. But I just think it's a bit much when they're not. If you tune into a channel like that and the first 5 minutes of them talking, you're like, you're actually wrong on that, I just move on. I don't go, right, I'm going to become a member so I can point out they're wrong. And then if you become a member and point out they're wrong, you probably get blocked on those channels too. You only have to watch some of them when they're not making you pay to comment to see their moderators blocking people left, right and centre who don't agree with the creator. So it's not like even if you did fork out some money to say, hey, you're wrong on this or you're a fuckwit, you're going to get blocked anyway. How'd that $5 go for you, Groovers? And why aren't more American subs saying, freedom of speech? Don't make me pay to speak. Exactly, old woman. You get more information on friggin' Google. The freedom of people to choose who to support is that I agree with that, Sashi. I don't disagree. No, if they want to, but I feel like they're buying into this rort when they're becoming a member just to ask a question or to pitch a different opinion to someone who's not actually thinking from every perspective. And yeah, if you ask something that is deemed to be going against that creator's vibe, you get blocked. I think people can support whoever they want. They can give their hard-earned money to whoever they want, but I just find it quite bizarre that there are channels that think that they are so good at what they do that they're worth paying to ask them a question. And the only things you can ask them are things to elaborate. If you ask them a question that challenges what they're saying, you get blocked or booted. I also like Darling Nikki, but that's it. I watch the rest to watch them scab. I like Darling Nikki too because she's often live later on. I don't know if their time zone in Canada is slightly different or if she's just awake more often than other people are. But yeah, she's pretty soothing. I quite like having her on at night when I'm doing the dishes. If she's live, I like listening to her chattering away about stuff. They do, Seshu, the echo chambers. Oh, Mel, hello, gorgeous. Yeah, and yeah, right. I mean, look, the freedom of speech thing cracks me up too because, yeah, it is about speaking out against the government without being persecuted or suppressed. But the same with the right to bear arms. That whole premise was to be able to defend yourself in, like, when you're being invaded by armies, not, just toting a gun when you're popping down to Walmart. If my understanding of American history is slightly accurate. But yeah, that's the other thing with freedom of speech. But I guess they've become more modern. But those things originally were written down for a reason, and it was to do with the government. Not you can't go on to YouTube and call everyone a cunt and then go, hey, freedom of speech, because it does. You just call them a cunt. You don't have to justify. If you think they're a cunt, call them a cunt. Freedom of speech allows me to call you all cunts. Just call them a cunt and move on. If that's what you want to do. But yeah, that's another thing that's happened on 2020, and I just find it surprising. And if people want to hand over their money, they can hand over to whoever they want. But I'd be waiting for Elon Musk to go live to throw my money at him to ask him a question. I throw money at the scam baiters that I watch if I've got a question for them. But I also they chat without you super chatting them. It's not like a rule to pay, but sometimes if their chat's flying, cracks me up. They're such tech whizzes that they can create virtual computers and all this sort of crazy stuff, but they can't work out how to turn chat onto slow mode. It makes me laugh. Makes me laugh. Sorry, I've just got to get a tissue because now I've got a crying nose from the onions. All right, let's get on with this stuffing. Washing my hands for the 30th time today. I'll look at you, Seshu, with your fancy words. Thanks, Trixie. It's a lot easier to tyrannize an unarmed populace. Sure is. You've got first-hand experience of that, Seshu. Right. Stuffing. I'm going to chuck on me. I love cooking with a wok. You can chuck things around there. Woks are good for people who are messy cooks. And also rustic cooks. Just going to get a little bit of butter. It's probably a bit more than I need, so heat up the wok. Oh shit, I've got to get my oats, and they're probably like up. So I only bake with oats. I don't eat oats much at all these days. Didn't even know you could put oats in stuffing. Anyway. Apparently we are, so do I even have oats? Well, I've got some peanuts up the back. This is Tori Hodgman looking for oats. I don't think I've got any friggin' oats. That's a bit of a worry. Why do I not own any oats? I've got my panko breadcrumbs. I know I need them. The stuffing might be on hold, young people. Oh shit, I thought someone was about to fall out. I know I've seen some oats somewhere. My pantry's really organised too, but now I'm like, where are the fucking oats? Huh. Right. Oats. Where are ya? Well, this is dramatic. What did you watch on YouTube today? They're right there. Oh my God, they were right in front of my fucking face. Yeah, what did you watch on YouTube today? I watched a girl look for some oats in her pantry for 20 minutes. It was riveting. Butter in. You've never made stuffing in your life. Wow, Sesh. Oh, thank you, Scout. It does feel like a little reunion. It's cute, huh? I just thought I'm prepping and hanging out in the kitchen for quite a few hours, so let's go live and hang out. And I love the people that have dropped in and said g'day, and the people that are still here, and more randos might cruise on in. It's been lovely. Yeah, so, oh, woman, you're going to move to Europe. Don't blame you, darling. I think a lot of people are going to move if they can. I could tell you guys to move here if you were able to get here easily, but you're not. It's a bitch moving to Australia now. I can only find one of my cooking chopsticks, so I'm not using one. Even though one will do the job. Yeah, I love cooking in woks because you can flick things around and they heat up quickly. Oh, you quit, Seshu? Well, bloody hell, man. So we've got some butter going off in the wok. You can hear it bubbling, no doubt. I'm just going to chuck in the onion, which is finely chopped, Tory style. Rustic, it's stuffing. Like, it doesn't have to be consistently minuscule. When I went to the Agrarian Kitchen, which is a really cool cooking school here, the chef who wrote for Gourmet Traveller, when we were chopping things up, he's like, chop it finer. And then he came back again, chop it finer. And I can't stand it when you chop things up so much they're almost liquefied. And I said, I like things chunky. I'm a bit rustic. And he goes, do you know what they say in the chef industry? You can tell me if this is true or not, Sashi. But chefs all call rustic cooks lazy cooks. Fuck you, man. And he'd left an ingredient out of his recipe and he's like, the consistency is not right. I said, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I think there's something missing from your recipe. There's nothing missing from the recipe. I gave it to him. I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, oh, shit, there is. No severance pay. God, there's an industrial dispute going on in the chat between Mel and Sashu. Who doesn't love the smell of onions and butter? Oh, isn't it the best? I'm not cooking this on a really high heat because it's going to roast. I'm really just assembling the ingredients so that it can be shoved up the turkey's ass first thing in the morning. It's going to get some oats ready for adding shortly. Oats, who would have thunk it? 50 grams of oats. And then 125 grams of breadcrumbs, and I'm using panko because I love them. I can't, like, because I don't eat a lot of bread, other breadcrumbs react like I've got a gluten issue, which I don't really, but sometimes, like, if I eat bread, it can make me feel yuck, not all the time. But yeah, other breadcrumbs have the same effect, whereas pankos are just crunchy and beautiful every single time. So it's 125, and I already had 50 grams in there, so I've got to go up to 175 in weight. Oh shit, the bloody thing went off. You motherfucker. I was trying to be clever. God damn you. What's my other bowl? I'll use my coconut. I was trying to be so clever. I'm like, just put the oats and the bloody pankos all in one thing and just add them together. See, this is what a good thing that I don't have. All right, so we're up to 150. So I've just got to add another 25 grams of pankos. I can't stand a fucking scale that turns itself off when you're still pouring shit into it. What the fuck? That's what I'm going to put on my wish list for the new year. A nicer scale. This scale it needs its own YouTube channel. It's such a bitch. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for popping in, Sesh. I've got lunch here for 11 people, Mel. That's why I'm doing a bit of prep today. I'm prepping as much as I can, so tomorrow's... I do have a little sous chef tomorrow. I'm not panicked at all. We'll get whatever needs to be done. I wake up at 5 a.m, so I'll have most of it done before my sister even gets here at 10:30. A tripod so you can see the whole counter and me measure it. Trust me, you didn't need to see the measuring debacle. I need a new scale because my scale, yeah, like I said, she needs her own bloody YouTube channel because she's a bitch. She's a bitch. So, yeah, panko breadcrumbs. If you're into breadcrumbs of any description, anything you make ever, stop buying what you buy and buy panko. They're Japanese breadcrumbs and they are the best breadcrumbs in the world. I've been cooking with them for about 10 years, I reckon. Don't look anywhere else. Get pankos. They're so good. Like, everything you use them for is amazing. They're crunchy. They're light. They've got beautiful flavour. They're not that dense, yucky. Sometimes breadcrumbs, especially fresh breadcrumbs, like from fresh bread, can just be, yuck, I find. So, yeah, get the pankos in your guts, groovers. So that's about ready now for us to add the other ingredients. We're going to put the oats and the oh, okay. That surprised me. I need me a bowl. So that the onions are done. I thought everything was going in the wok, but no, the other way around. So the oats and the breadcrumbs have gone into a bowl. Merry Christmas, Seshu. You've already hired Fran. Well, I'm glad we've got the industrial relations dispute sorted before the new year. That's good to know. Now some sage leaves. Who doesn't love sage? I'm just going to try and grow sage again. I did have a beautiful sage plant, but it perished when I travelled so much for work. But, oh, I love sage. You need 20 sage leaves. Don't you do 19 or 21? 20. I'm going to stop talking and concentrate. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm getting all the big ones. 16, that's what she said. 17, 18, 19, 20 sage leaves. Whoa, what's wrong with me? I don't drink. That's why, because I'm a fucking idiot without drinking. And we're just going to finally chop these. And these have been washed. I don't like washing herbs when they've been washed before I purchase them, but I don't rewash them because they get very wet and soggy and they don't work. And they're going to be roasted for 3.5 hours. So if there's any little thing on them and there's not a bug to be seen, it's going to perish. But yeah, washing herbs, if you're going to cook with herbs and you wash them, same with your veggies, like I've already done the carrots, but you've got to let them dry before you actually put them into your food, or it just gets soggy and gross. Hang on, am I even meant to be chopping these? Yes. I was halfway through chopping them and I'm like, fuck. But I've bought 4 punnets of sage leaves because there's a lot of sage happening tomorrow. There's a lot of sage happening. So just roughly but finely-ish chop it, or rustically chop it if you're like me. And you're going to whack that in with your breadcrumbs and your oats. Sometimes with stuffing, people roast their oats, like they put it on a tray, baking tray, and roast them. No, I can't be fucked. That's one step we take out of the equation. Do what works for you. I don't think it really makes that much of a difference, except that it makes the oat flavour more prominent. And when I'm eating stuffing, a strong oat flavour isn't what springs to mind for me. Some salt and a good pinch, a big fat pinch, and some pepper. I killed my bay leaf tree too. Well, I didn't kill it, but it died because I was travelling so much, and the possums weren't supposed to like bay leaves or sage, but they ate it all. And then the onion gets mixed through, I believe. Add the cooked onions, stir well to combine, and then that's it. She done. Tomorrow morning, I'll leave the camera set up where it is. And tomorrow I might just go live for the ceremonial shoving the stuffing up the turkey's ass ceremony. If you're down for that. I had fun watching some American channels when they were doing the turkeys for Thanksgiving and pulling out the bag of gizzards and trying not to puke and stuff. And I'm just going to wash my hands with some water. They'd already been washed, but I'm actually just going to mix this by hand, get it all. It smells amazeballs, balls, guys. Sage and onion, yeah, they're great flavours, aren't they? My sister's got a bay leaf tree, so she's bringing down tomorrow a huge bag of bay leaves because we're doing some Hasselback butternut pumpkins. In fact, while we're chatting, I'll show you a few pictures of the things that we're doing. So that's done. The stuffing is done, and that can be shoved. Oh, there you go, grievers. Tomorrow that will get shoved in the arse of the turkey. The lighting's not great in here. You can't really see my bowl is much brighter. It's more of an apple green, but also that looks a bit dull. But that's done. I'm just going to cover that when it's cooled. There's a little bit of heat, still not much, but I'm going to cover it when it cools down and put it in the fridge, and it'll just get shoved up the turkey's date on the morrow. Yippee. I'll show you the veggies and stuff that we're doing so you can salivate. So these are the carrots, and they're done with a honey, fig and mustard butter. We're going to make the butters next and prep the veggies. This is the next two things I'm going to do. So they're the carrots. That's a lot. It's a big fucking turkey, Fran. But by the time I shove it in, like it'll, you know, you've got to pack it in, right? So you can kind of slice it almost when you pull it out of its date. So there's the yummy carrots. So they're going to get roasted, and they get decorated with the honey, fig and mustard butter, and they look delicious. And then these are the beans, and the beans have a pistachio, orange and cranberry butter. How good do they look, guys? So yeah, I'll be doing the veggies. We'll prep I'll just do the trimming of the beans and trimming of the carrots, and then rebag them and put them in the veggie crisper. So tomorrow they can just go straight into the roasting dish. They look beautiful. Hey, Pandora. They look really good, don't they? The figs. So let's do that. We'll trim the carrots and the beans, and we'll make the butters, because the butters can be pre-made and they get rolled up, I think. And then tomorrow we just slice them. We roast the veggies, or we're going to roast the carrots. We're actually going to steam the beans, put them in their dishes, and then just put the butter across the top in those, like slice it up and put it along, and it'll all just melt and be amazing. You missed the story of me stuffing the wrong end of the turkey. I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm glad you repeated it. If anyone has told me stuff that I haven't seen, because I've been sort of bouncing around and doing all kinds of shit at the same time as chatting to you guys, do let me know. I don't want to miss any funny stuff. So the carrots, I did buy a lot of carrots, but in addition to the turkey, I'm doing a beef as well, a roast rolled porterhouse beef, and I'm actually going to be cooking that because the turkey is going to be in the oven. I'm doing the beef on my barbecue, which is technically like an oven. It's got a very heavy lid. Like you can bake cakes in my barbecue. It's sealed. So the beef I'm going to do out on the barbecue, but I'm also going to put a layer of onions and celery and carrots in the bottom of the pan, so that the beef isn't sitting directly on the pan and the barbecue, if you know what I'm saying. So it'll just... And that's literally just gets put in a baking tray and shoved out in the barbie, and it just gets left out there. It's too easy. And I'm going to do some Moroccan or Middle Eastern sort of spices on the outside of it, just to give it a bit of a modern twist. So I'm not going to use all of the carrots. I've got to save some for the roast beef, but check them out, groovers. Oops. I won't hold them over my keyboard again. Aren't they beautiful? So what I do with the carrots is, I'm trying to think what container. I might just put them straight into the dish I'm actually going to roast them in tomorrow, even easier. I've completely emptied out my crisper so that all this pre-cut stuff and everything can just all get slotted in. So I'm just going to roast them in this dish tomorrow. So we're just going to trim them and line them all up. And then in the morning, I'll just put on the oil and whatever else I'm roasting them with, and they'll go in the oven. And then right before serving, we slice up the butter, and that's it, really. And I'll give you I'll show you. So thank you so much, guys, too, just for hanging out. It's so nice just chattering away. And I love it when people visit. I always try to cook something for dinner when people come for dinner. So I'm still cooking when they get here because I love kind of everyone just communing around the kitchen and drinking wine and chatting. It's so lovely. So I just trim them like that. I do leave a little bit of greenery up on the top because they look pretty. It is edible. Some people eat it, others don't. Doesn't matter if you don't. But they just look nicer. Bit more pretty. And I'm kind of doing single layer, but I will be putting as many in as I possibly can. Good night, Trixie Tension. Thank you so much for hanging out. So good to see you. Beautiful. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. See you soon, hopefully. It's just disappeared off screen. I think it was Scout asking about spices. I'm doing Ra'el Hanu, which I make, which is a Middle Eastern spice mix. It's got, the recipe I use has 15, is it 15? But some Ra'el Hanus can have up to like 23 different spices in them. But the last batch I made, the recipe only had 15 ingredients, and I honestly can't tell what's missing from that one compared to the one that I made with the 23 different spices. And it's a beautiful mix to make. It's fun. I'll do that on my channel next year because people buy a lot of spices and they don't use them a lot and they tend to lose their flavour over time. And making a spice mix or a curry paste is a really good way to use up spices. So I'll do a class one day, I'll do a pottering in the kitchen session one day and just show everyone how they can make beautiful curry powders and this Ra'el Hanu spice mix using up all of their spices that have been sitting in their spice drawers for a long time. But Ra'el Hanu is fun because some of them need to be toasted, others need to be really finely chopped. Like there's quite a few different processes before you mix it all together, but it's incredible. It just smells amazing. And it's not overly hot. It's more of a robust, just so full of amazing flavour. It's great shit. Google it, and it's really easy to make. I mean, if you like pottering around making a spice mix, it's easy to make. Montreal steak seasoning, kosher salt. Yeah, I've really got to get some kosher salt in my kitchen. I keep hearing people talking about it all the time, and I need to. I haven't actually had kosher salt in my kitchen since I lived in Sydney because I sort of lived in a fairly high Jewish population area, and I used to buy my kosher bread from the kosher bakery, and I do actually. We've got beautiful bakeries down here, but I miss the kosher bakeries. And they used to use kosher salt on some of their breads, and I was like, this salt's amazing. But, yeah, I've seen a lot of people chatting about the things they do with kosher salt. So I'm just lining all these little carrots up. And there's a bit of room on the side, so I'm only single layering them, but because of the stalks, there's a bit of room on the edge of the dish to put another 5 or 6 carrots in, I reckon. Although with the carrots, I kind of want to do a lot of veggies because we've got vegetarian and a vegan. We've got a pescatarian and a vegan. In fact, fuck it, I'm just going to do as many as I think we need, and if I have to split them into 2 different dishes, I'll do it. But this sort of stuff, like the carrots, they can go on the barbecue and roast in the barbie as well, because I'm treating it like it's going to be like an oven tomorrow once my brother's done the prawns. I mean, the beef will be sitting in there the whole time, but I'll roast these in the oven with the turkey for a little while. When they look done, I'll take them out, and then right before we serve lunch, I'll just heat them up again, either by chucking them back in the oven or sticking them on the Barbie, because we like our veggies crunchy still. So when we do beans and carrots and stuff, they've still got a lot of crunch to them. This might be enough. I can't wait. I've got to show you the Hasselback sweet potato. Keep saying sweet potato, bloody butternut pumpkin. They're so pretty. All right, and there's enough carrots for the beef. All right. So they're done. You've never had prawn. You call them shrimp. Scout, have you never had shrimp? I'll show you the prawns that my brother's doing as an entree. It's a recipe that I discovered a few years ago. And I said to him when we decided that they could do the seafood entree, I said, oh, if you want the recipe for the prawns, because you know they're delicious, let me know. Anyway, he texted me this morning. He said, I've got the prawns. I want to do the prawns. So I sent him the recipe. But yeah, so there's the baby carrots all lined up and ready to go. And where's the wrap? Oh, right down the back. Yeah, they're the same. So you wanted my wax wraps. I'm just using to cover up the carrots. Sometimes people go with wax wraps. They're like, oh, it's not very great for leaving, like for moisture. But when you're roasting carrots and shit, you don't want lots of moisture anyway. But I find they're fine. And they're going in the bottom of the crisper. I lied. There's more stuff on the bottom. I didn't. So I'll show you the prawns we're doing. Or Will's doing. So these are the prawns. And yeah, we've got the little prawns here too. We call them well, I call them school prawns because that's what they're called in Vietnam. But the little teeny weeny ones. But yeah, so they're the prawns, and they're marinated in olive oil, garlic, coriander or cilantro, small red Thai chilies, cumin, paprika, honey, lime juice. And then they're served with a garlic aioli. And I said to Will not to worry about doing the little cucumber and avocado salad. I've actually got a salad mix, green goddess one that I can use. But yeah, so that's the entree. Yum boo. And he'll do those on the Barbie. And then, where's the Hasselbacks? Check these motherfuckers out. They are so good. I'll just put a little post-it note back so I don't lose the spot. Have a look at these. So these are honey almond Hasselback butternut pumpkins. Look at those guys. So they've got bay leaves. When you've sliced up the pumpkins, they've got bay leaves wedged in the slices. Don't they look amazing? So good. So we've got those, beans, carrots, potatoes. I did buy some stuff for salad. I've got the green goddess salad, which has got zucchini, lettuce, kale, a heap of green things in it. And turkey, beef, prawns, bread sauce, gravy. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. You're hungry? We're just doing all the trimming though. I might do the beans while we're here. This will crack you up. My compost is off my deck. I actually have a worm farm that all the worms died because I was traveling so much. Not all of them died. Some of them were liberated and set free in the garden. But my compost now is I take my chopping board with the green stuff on it and I just, because I'm up on my house is on stilts, and I just scrape it down. I've got like a succulent garden below and everything just decomposes and keeps the succulents are going nuts. Everyone's having a good old time. That's my compost now. I learned that trick when I was up in Byron Bay. Everyone just flicks their veggie clippings and stuff out into the garden, and why have a dedicated tub that stinks? Just chuck it straight back on the soil from whence it came. So I'm just going to get rid of all these carrot tops because there's a fucking shitload of them. Oh, you cheeky little brutes hiding down the side. So these carrots are going to go in the base of the roasting pan for the beef tomorrow, along with some more onion and celery. But see, it's things like that later on tonight when I get back from Jude's, when I'm prepping, I'll just chop all of that up and put it in a bag. So tomorrow it's just straight into the pan. It's good fun. I'll be right back. I've just got to compost these carrot tops. The wallabies will have this eaten by morning. The wallabies love coming to my garden because there's lots of cooking that goes on in this house, and there's always lots of things chucked in the garden the next day or that night. I made 2 loaves of sourdough bread with the new KitchenAid. Yay! They do make life easier. Who was it? Someone that came into my live and they were talking about a chicken dip that they make for Thanksgiving, and they what's the word when you just like cook a chicken breast in water? It's not brining it. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause it's not steamed. It's not boiled. But they put the whole chicken breast in their KitchenAid with all the other ingredients and switch it on, and it mixes it up and makes a dip. Unbelievable. And it's so good to see all of you groovers. I like that. Poach, thank you. Sesh, were you somewhere else in the house and you heard me and you're like, it's fucking poached, it's poached. Broil, poach. I would be raving about your lobster cob loaf dip, I'm sure, too. All right, so we've got a few carrots for the roast beef, and I'll leave them out so that when I'm prepping, I'll be like, oh, chop up the veggies that the roast beef's going to be sitting on. All right, beans. Beans. Where's the beans biscuit? Kind of cheating with the beans. I'm not really cheating, but I'm just going to trim the little ends off them. I miss you guys too. It's fun to be live again, just hanging out. I do that all the time, Sesh. Like, I'll hear something and I'll be like, no, you're wrong, and I'll race to answer. Because I don't very often sit at my computer and read everything. I do love my chat though, like the people that are watching chat. You look at these other channels that have got, I think someone mentioned it earlier, like over 250 people watching, but there's like 10 people chatting. I like that everyone feels happy to just come in here and chatter away. So the beans, I'm literally just trimming the ends off them. And then I might make the butters. What time is it? 4:15. We might make the butters. Kitchen scissors, swear by them. Use them for everything. Snipping the ends off your beans. Good to go. Have I got another? And I was popping them into a different bag. So in the morning when we go to steam them, just chuck them straight. Because it's these little jobs that do take time on Christmas morning. You're kind of like, why didn't I trim the beans the day before? Sesh, have you been cooking on your channel? I don't get notifications for you. Go rest your fat ass, Mel. See, it's not hot here. It's quite cold. I'm glad I've decided to go with the roast turkey and the roast beef. We've all got beautiful bums. I wouldn't call your bum a fat ass. We've all got beautiful bums. It's a problem with reading chat and you repeat stuff and then you're like, no, your bottom is beautiful. But yeah, have you been cooking on your channel, Sesh? Because when I get the Shitty Kitty Kitchen happening again, or whether I rename it and just go back to my original name, which is Traces of Nuts, I still own the domain name, so it'd be super easy just to build another website. Start from scratch. I put so much love into that website. Oh my God, it was the most heartbreaking thing ever. But it was a really good life lesson for me, because when it happened, I could have just gone, oh my God, my life is over. 4 years of hard work and it's just vanished. And I actually just went, it's gone. Can't stress about it. Can't get angry. Just, it's gone. It's disappointing. It's gone. But when I was doing stuff in the Shitty Kitty Kitchen before my channel got struck, I had a few people that I put out recipes that I was going to do, and they would choose to do the same recipes and they cooked along with me. I'm quite happy, even if we're all just cooking different stuff, to all chat. Oh, I just got my 10,000 steps on my Fitbit. Not surprising. I've been running around like a chook without a head. Very chilled out chook without a head, but a chook without a head no less. And they'd cook along and it was fun. But I also love it when people are like, oh, I'm actually making this and it's completely different. And we're all chatting about all the different things we're doing. You can always put links to recipes and stuff underneath. Cool, Sesh. I'll have to check them out. I don't know why I haven't got notifications. I truly thought you had fallen off the face of the earth. Apart from, I think, seeing you in Mel's chat. And Finn mentioned last week that he was going to go live with you, but I never heard back from him. And I've been at a work thing anyway. I got home really late, but I didn't get a notification that Finn had gone live with you on his panel. And, yeah, I was like, where's Sesh gone? So if you're cooking stuff, I'll have to check it out. This isn't really cooking today. This is prepping. I did bake some cookies at the start. And I made a dip. But it's just getting all these little prep jobs that, you know, I'm happy. I mean, tomorrow morning, if I was doing it, I'd just have some festive tunes playing. But I like that tomorrow I've just got to do the turkey, the beef, and the festive ice cream and assemble the trifle. Oh, shit. Let me show you the trifle. Oh. Hang on. I just put a bean off cut in the bag. That sucks. Get that out. You don't want someone eating that. Great beans. Thanks for the stalk. Wait till you see the trifle. Holy shit balls, it's pretty. I'm not making the toffee nest. Fuck that noise. But I am putting cinnamon star cookies. Have a look at it, guys. That's the trifle we're having tomorrow. Look at it, guys. This particular recipe has whiskey in it, but I'm doing, so they're custard-filled profiteroles. I've also dipped them in chocolate, so half of the profiteroles got chocolate on it. And then there's a cream, obviously, and then the sauce is I'm doing a spiced rum and maple syrup sauce. But yeah, I'm not doing that toffee nest. They're too full on. I'm not doing that. I've just got some cinnamon star cookies that I'm going to put on top, and then we've got fresh berries as well. But isn't that amazing? So good. When I hear trifle, I think fruit and jelly. That's the sort of trifle my grandmothers would have made. Not in this house. We're getting boozy. Spiced rum and maple syrup sauce. Yeah. My prof couldn't find a trifle dish that was as high and as deep as that one. Mine's more the traditional sort of rounder squatter one, but I still think it's going to look really pretty. And we've got strawberries, raspberries in Tasmania are amazing, and blueberries, all Tassie grown. And this household doesn't have cherries because my sister's allergic to cherries. If people give me a bag, it's quite common to be given cherries as a Christmas gift. So you sort of give to people that you don't know really, really well, but you kind of know them enough that you should give them something. It's not uncommon to be given a heap of cherries. But my sister's allergic, so cherries do not feature in our Christmas menu. Oh, fish stew, yum. I love fish curries too. I love fish everything. I might have to unsubscribe and resubscribe. Every time you go live, you'll lose at least one sub sesh. It's been an issue with YouTube since the beginning of time. It's so weird. I'm amazed, actually. My channel was struck. I was nearly at 850, and I'm down to like 823, which isn't that bad. I thought I'd lose a heap more. Unfortunately, some pesky fuckfaces are still subscribed to me. I wish they'd just, forget about me. All I want for Christmas is for you fuckers to forget about me in the new year. Move on. Find someone else to be pissed off with. I'm over you and your boringness. Okay, the beans are done. Probably could have got 2 bags of beans, but anyway. 4th of Jan sesh. I'm back in action. Look out. So Yum Tours is going to be pretty much what it has been. I was thinking about rebranding it to Traces of Nuts, and then they'll still be cooking in the shitty kitty kitchen, beach walks, and some conversations with a bit of depth. I've been reluctant to say things that I've observed on YouTube because I didn't want a target on my back, but I'm kind of like, it's not that I'm going to be calling any individuals out. I'm just going to be speaking about behaviour of people and why it's bad for them and what they could be doing instead with their time to reduce anxiety. And, COVID-19 has made the world a lot more anxious, and you don't need to be making your life even more anxious just by being angry all the time. So there'll be a bit of positivity, but also some pretty full-on conversations on there too about the voluntary assisted dying bill and issues of world interests that come along while we're cruising along, but dealt with by talking about it while we walk on the beach, because that always makes things a bit calmer. The Smooth Criminal podcast channel, which we're on now, I'm going to keep doing crime and my podcast, and also scam baiting. I'm going to start doing that again a little bit, but just one scammer at a time. When I had 4 or 5 on the go, that was weird. Oh, we do scout. Yeah, we do. I mean, Tassie's such a perfect climate. Like, it's a cool climate, so it's such a great climate for growing things, and it really is a food bowl. And a lot of people have things growing in their gardens, and they have hedges out the front of that's just all rosemary, or they have completely edible backyards. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Depth, yes, please. Traces of Nuts. Yeah, it's cool. So I think I'm just I've been going, so Yum Tours is actually the email address from my Traces of Nuts website before it exploded when the service provider went broke. I'm part of a class action in America that will never get finalised. But yeah, we paid for backup and they lost everything, or whatever they had, they refused to hand over. But I'll build it from scratch. But there's a lot of different aspects to the Traces of Nuts website. So and it's really good fun. There's lots of different elements to it. Yeah, adapting to social media and civilizing. Exactly, Sesh. And look, I don't think it's futile. I kind of did originally. I was like, I'm preaching to, like, this is pointless. Like, there are people listening to me and in my chat that already agree. So this is like preaching to a choir. What's the point? And then I was like, one person might just stumble in for 5 minutes and at that point in time hear something that's really pertinent or relevant, or they might just go, actually, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we don't know how many, we do know how many people watch stuff because we can see views, but we don't know how we're influencing or impacting anyone. But at the very least, if I'm making people smile or have a bit of fun or think about something or whatever, if I make one person happy each time I go live, I feel like it's been worth going live. And I think that positivity is really contagious too, like the more we all adopt the same sort of attitude and we're all sort of consistently saying the same sort of stuff. And I'm not here to have a massive channel and make millions of dollars. Like, I know that being positive and interesting or, having interesting conversations with you guys isn't going to make me a big channel. I don't care. I really am a believer in quality over quantity. I find it very funny that these channels that are getting quite big, I consider 20, 30,000 people quite a big, reasonable channel, but they're still like, oh, it's quality over quantity. It's like, no, you're past that point, and you're talking, it's actually quantity of money you're making over quality of what you're providing. Good on them. In a perfect world, it'd be great if we could all go live and do what we want to do and create content we want to create. And fuck, wouldn't it be awesome to make enough money on YouTube or another social media platform? You didn't have to do another job if that was what you loved, but it's not the reality for most people. But it's weird that, there's no consistency, and YouTube's been making it really hard for creators to grow their channels. Ever since they took the go-to channel link out of chat, it's so much harder to build your channel. Like, when I first came to YouTube, I'd be in chat and someone would be like, oh, you've all got to subscribe to such and such, and you just see their name, go to channel, subscribe, done. Now it's all like, oh, fuck, I've got to open up another window and type in that channel name, and if it's a fairly common name, you've got to scroll through shitloads of channels and videos to find. It's too hard. People love trash sesh, but we can be the anti-trash brigade. And I really want to chat with you and Finn on a panel about social media and the reality of it and why there's still an opportunity for it to be used for good, not evil. When you know what's going on, you've got the power to use it to your advantage and use it in a positive way. And it's not disappearing anytime soon, so, Right, let's make some butters. I'm doing a shitload of talking, not a lot of chopping. First up, we are going to make the honey fig and mustard butter. Yeah. I'm wondering what sort of bowl I'm going to need. Mindful of space in the refrigerator. I think they're going to be too small. Maybe they're big enough. I don't know. Actually, they might get rolled up. So let's just grab a bowl, medium-sized bowl. I think they get rolled up and sliced. Hi, biscuit. Oh shit, it's biscuits. Dinner time in half an hour. Hello, Mugs. Do you guys want to say hi to Biscuit? I'll get Biscuit. Come here, Muggy. Everyone wants to say hello to you. Here she is. Don't scratch my face when we're live. That's not a good look. Anyone want to... I'll throw up. Poor thing. She's so pretty, but she looks so grumpy on screen. So this is a Merry Christmas to everyone from Biscuit. As always, loves being held. Not. We've had quite a year, haven't we? I mean, she won an award this year. She's a fucking mural. She's been in the media. That's Merry Christmas from Biscuit. That's as loving as you'll get. No, she's such a sweetheart. She's just got such a... Yeah, Vicky. I was hoping you'd see her sesh. I am going to roll the butter, yes. So we can just slice it up tomorrow and chuck it straight on top of the veggies. Just let me make one butter biscuit and then I'll get you your dinner. So we're basically, I'm using 500 gram blocks of butter, but basically, a little, although you guys in America have like sticks of butter. So I don't know how to describe 250 grams, but basically half of that, because this is a 500 gram block. So you just like through the middle. And because these have got things in them, you use unsalted because they quite often have salt in them too. It has gone to her head. She's a celebrity. Right. I'm making slightly more for the carrots than I am for the beans, because there's more carrots than beans. I probably should have bought another bag of beans, but do I count my losses? Just chopping it up as small as I can. It has been softened a little bit, but it's still quite firm, so I might have to let it go more to room temperature before I mix it. 1 pound packs with 4 sticks. 1 pound is 453. Oh, okay. So a stick is what, 100 and something grams. So you'd use a couple of sticks of butter. Look at me mathematizing, salted and unsalted. Yeah, so do we. And I'm using, I think unsalted butter is criminal because I love salt and I love butter. But when you're cooking and it says unsalted, always use unsalted, always, because it's usually because, well, it's always because you're adding things that are going to add the salt flavor. And if you use salted butter, so like if you're cooking, baking, a lot of baking recipes say unsalted because people may not necessarily want a salty cookie. I personally bring it on. Bring it fucking on. I bring it on. But a lot of people know, and a lot of people don't eat or cook with salt at all because they're all panicking that it's really bad for you. If your body craves salt, you've got to eat salt, guys. Don't listen to the media saying salt will kill you. I mean, obviously eat it within reason, but if your body naturally craves salt, it's because your body isn't retaining sodium, and sodium is really important for brain health. This isn't something I learned doing the dementia course. It's something I learned when my dad his sodium levels went so low that he was 1 point off being rendered permanently insane because his sodium levels were so low. And his doctor said to my brother and sister and I, do you guys put salt on your food? And we're like, yeah, all the time. And he's like, well, you've got to eat salt because your bodies aren't retaining sodium. So if you crave salt, but you see in the media all the time salt's really bad for you, no, put salt. Season your cooking, put salt on your food. Don't put fucking cup loads of the shit, but don't exclude it from your diet. It is so important for your brain health, and people don't know that. And even like the reason Dad's sodium levels got so low is because even the drip that he was on was politically correct, and the sodium levels are a lot lower than they used to be. But yeah, get your sodium into you. It's really important. Listen to your body, exactly. Whatever your body's craving, eat it. Even chocolate. If your body's craving chocolate, it's because you need cheering up. Okay, and by the way, this salt that I'm making to go on the carrots has sea salt in it. I'm adding salt to it. And even if it didn't have sea salt in it, I'd be adding salt to it. Just a little sprinkle. Whole grain mustard. I don't own whole grain mustard, I don't think. Oh, I do own whole grain mustard. Better check I didn't buy this in the Boer War. I don't think mustard actually has use-by dates, does it? It's barely being touched. Looks all right to me. It's not covered in green. It doesn't say anything about... I've got mountains of Dijon, don't worry. There's plenty of mustards in this house. It smells like whole grain mustard to me. How much are we adding? 1/4 of a cup. I might need a slightly bigger bowl. Yeah. Use a slightly bigger bowl. I've got Japanese bowls in my house, so like ikigai size, where they serve, 4 or 5 different things in these little bowls rather than massive bowls. So when I read small bowl, I think that. When I read medium, I think that. But most cookbooks would call this a small bowl. So mustard does improve with age. So 1/4 of a cup. I need an apron that I can fully wear as a tea towel. 1/4 of a cup. I'll finish up this mustard and then I'll turn the camera off while I feed Biscuit, because you really don't need to see me dosing up her medicines and stuff, bashing her medicines, so you can all have a toilet break. I can't believe I haven't been to the loo. I've often thought about that about YouTube, how long I've been live. God, 3 hours, go to or go. And I've still got people watching. This is insane. I've often wondered about YouTubers, like, why they don't need to go to the loo. But I remember back in the comedy days and performing on stage in productions and stuff, like, you just don't think about it. And sometimes I'd be on stage for hours in some shows. You just hang on. But doesn't it blow you away how many YouTubers go live and talk for hours and you can hear them drinking, but they never go to the loo? Awesome tip, Ruth. If you mix your own mustard and add a slug of brandy, it lasts forever and gives you a kick when you sniff it. Oh, Ruth, that is an awesome tip. Yeah, I put Dijon mustard in my salad dressings, but a lot of the time these days when I dress a salad, I literally put lemon juice, salt and pepper, and that's it. I don't even put the salt and pepper in the lemon juice. I just lemon juice, salt, pepper, mix it all up, bang on the table, and everyone's like, this salad's amazing. I don't even have the oil or the vinegar anymore. But I do love a good vinaigrette. So 1/4 of a cup of whole grain mustard. Not sponsored by them, just showing it for anyone that tunes in and they're like, what's that? That's what it looks like. Honey. Now, because I went keto, and I'm going to be going back to it, I gave all my honey away to my sister. Oh, arthritic hands. No, we survived. We got it done. And I had beautiful honeys. And then I was looking at the honey yesterday and it was so fucking expensive. And I'm like, it's going in a butter that's going over roasted carrots. So I just got your good old Coles 100% pure honey. There was like, all these ethical brands and Save the Bees and all this sort of shit. And I was like, I'm not paying $8 for a jar of ethical honey. It is not ethical. I did read the label, but yeah, I didn't go nuts on a fancy pants honey. But I had so many beautiful honeys. I'm allergic to bees, which makes me crave everything to do with bees. I love bees to look at. I love honey. I love all the bee stuff. So I put a tablespoon of honey. Now I've got to chop up some tarragon, about half a cup's worth of fresh tarragon. Love a bit of tarragon. It is a very strong herb. Where's the tarragon? Here's the tarragon. It is a very strong herb, so when you cook with tarragon, try to stick to the recommended amount. I love it. I don't mind a really strong herb anything, but don't go cray-cray with tarragon if you don't like a strong herb. Same with dill. Like, dill is an amazing herb if you use it the right way. Same with coriander or cilantro. There's your tarragon. Dainty little tarragon. You feel like you're sitting on the other side of the bench. I like garlic, balsamic, and yogurt dressing. Oh, yum. Yeah, I feel like you are too, sort of. And I've got stools on the other side, so when friends pop in and I'm cooking, that's where they sit and chat, and it's all very lovely. Right, so tarragon. I'll get me a clean knife. So it's just the leaves of the tarragon. We're not having the... Oh, shit. It's all happening here. You should see my kitchen is actually incredibly chaotic right now. Just going to flick that over. We also... Oh, no. So, yeah, about half a cup. And you just chop it finely. Such a yummy herb. But if you use dried tarragon... Biscuit. Hang on. Just going to go and see where the cat is. She can't get off the deck, but she's running up and down the deck. I hope she hasn't got like a... What are you doing? She's so funny. She's sprinting up and down the deck in the rain. She loves the rain. She's excited because it's raining. This is a cat. And she's bolting. I keep seeing her running past the window and the door that's open. She looks like a little wombat with feet. And she's sprinting up and down the deck because it's raining and she's happy. I thought she had a mouse, or not a mouse, or there's no mice up on my deck, but I thought she had a critter or something the way she was running, but no, she's just doing laps. Oh, your tarragon dies. It's got such a lovely sort of little sweet kick to it. It's a beautiful herb, but yeah, you don't want to go too crazy. You really want to just do like half a cup. Half a cup. When I finish mixing this, I'll have to feed her. It's just the cutest sight. This galloping fucking critter. She just gets excited when it rains. It's like when I have a shower. I can't like close the bathroom door properly because she scratches like crazy to get in when I'm in the shower because she wants to come into the shower. As long as I'm not washing my hair, like she can't stand suds and bubbles and stuff. But she's just bolted into the shower with me and sort of got all wet and then took off again. It's like, what sort of cat are you? I've never known a cat to love water as much as her. She drinks it like a dog. She bolts around the deck. She's happy as Larry. It's raining out there and it's not very warm and she's having a ball. Does anyone else have a cat like that? Oh, the flippity fish. I had a look at them. The only ones I could get in time for Christmas were like $30. I was like, no. So yeah, there's a half a cup of finely chopped tarragon. Remember, this butter is going to melt all over the veggies. It's not going to, it doesn't have to be super pretty. She is a character. She cracks me up every day. The way she wakes me, she doesn't wake me up, but when she hears me stirring and the little routine she's into now when she can hear me stirring, when she comes into my bedroom in the morning, she makes me laugh. Like I look up and there's these two ears and just the tip of her nose peeping over the end of my bed, and just that alone makes me laugh. But she does the funniest stuff. But I heard a bird squawk and then I saw her running and I'm like, please tell me she hasn't caught a bird. That'll be the day. She nearly caught one day, but it was a minor bird. It was giving her so much shit. I was like totally Team Biscuit. I thought, you're a prick. But yeah, it flew away, thank God. So I don't want her to be killing critters, but that bird was a dickhead. So she sort of caught it and then let it go. I think it was like a fuck you crunch. Off you go and sort out that minor issue I've just given you to deal with. But dry figs. Oh shit, now I've just kicked her water bowl. Alright, so I'm going to have to mop as well. This is great. Oh, hang on a sec. Biscuit, sorry, that's your water. It just went everywhere. In fact, you can probably lick it off the floor. You'd probably enjoy that. God damn it. I'm just getting this butter mixed, and then I might even, well, I'll either end the live or I'll just keep it going. And if you want to sort of go off and make a cup of tea, go to the loo, do whatever you've got to do. I'm just going to chop up roughly a third of a cup of dried figs. I love a dried fig. So good. Everything's going according to plan. Normally when I cook, I take her water bowl out of the kitchen because she doesn't drink out of that bowl anyway. It's like a reserve in case she drinks the other bowl, and she's got a dog bowl in her enclosure. It's like the emergency bowl, and she really only ever drinks out of it if I go away overnight. I love dried figs so much. So again, we're just roughly chopping them. I was sort of not finely, a bit chunky. You want a bit of flavour. But yeah, while I'll mute and turn my camera off so you guys can all have a little break if you want it. I'll just keep the camera on while I'm going. I don't have to go over to Jude's till 6:30, so I've still got like an hour and a half of prep time. Well, actually, probably an hour because I wouldn't mind freshening up before I go to Jude's. Probably put on some boots or something because it's getting a bit cold now. Not cold, but if we're sitting out on her deck. I haven't checked my video. My phone. I wouldn't have a clue if people have been messaging me or anything on Christmas Eve. I've been live chatting to you. It's been kind of good in a way. I've had a bit of a phone-free day. I figure if anyone ever wants you urgently enough, they'll call. That's one thing I did, which I love. I've taken notifications off my phone for pretty much everything except text messaging and Messenger. Oh, and emails because I'm applying for jobs and stuff all the time at the moment. But it's so good not getting notifications. And the other thing is because I used to get notifications. I'm like, oh, what's that? And the next thing 20 minutes later, I'm like, fuck, what was I doing? But also any app like YouTube, Facebook, I sign out of it. Like if I think, oh, I've got to check this or do this, I sign out of it on my phone. And then it's really cool because you're not getting notifications all the time to distract you. But then if you're like, oh, I might see what's on YouTube, you've got to log in. And that's a really bad spot for you to be lying. I swear to God I'm going to die because I'm going to trip over her and fall backwards and crack my head open on something. I can see it happening. I mean, I hope I don't, but I certainly hope I don't do it when I'm live. Okay, we're nearly there. We're also going to add some sea salt flakes, 2 teaspoons worth. Salt pig. We love salt in this family. Sea salt flakes too. Don't use the, flakes. Don't use the yucky, horrible, fine, nasty salt. We may need some more cracked black pepper. I'm all for flavour in this house, but I season with instinct more than measurements. And that's it. So there's all the ingredients. And then you just mix it up. I'm assuming. You mix it up, then we're going to get some baking paper and roll it into the shape of a log. And then it'll go in Glad wrap, I'm assuming. So it normally happens. Oh no, this actually just gets rolled up in the baking paper, cool. And you just twist it at each end like a little cracker, like a Christmas bonbon. And then whack her in the fridge. And tomorrow when we do the veggies, and this will be, because I've used 250 grams, that's actually like a block of butter. And I'm not going to use all of that tomorrow. Probably use half of it. So I'm going to have this beautiful butter that I can use on veggies for the next week or two. I mean, it does have some fresh herbs in it, but, it's not going to be gross to use in a few weeks' time. You can wrap them in saran wrap, Glad wrap, cling film. So I'm not reading chat very well. Merry Christmas, old woman. So good to see you. Oh, pet magpie. I've got a family of magpies. I actually had a fledgling fly into my window the other day. Luckily, I think it wasn't hurt, but it was sitting there like a stunned mullet. I'm actually just using my hands now because hands are the best kitchen utensils. I squeeze lemons with my hands and everything, like bring it on. But also the warmth from your hands helps with butter, especially, like it's already pretty soft, but there's a few chunky bits. Yeah, so this little fledgling, and I've had a fledgling before, and because they're learning to fly, the family stays where they can still see them, but they have to ignore them so that the fledgling works it out. So a couple of years ago, I had one that was on my deck, and I'm just like, why aren't you flying away? And it didn't, and then it managed to fly up a little bit, and it got onto a little posh, and it was sitting on that for, I don't know, a few hours, and I'm like, what's wrong with it? So I actually rang Bonarong, which is our wildlife sanctuary, and they were like, oh, that'll be a fledgling. It's just learning how to fly, and its parents will be nearby, but they're not helping it because it's how they teach them. And it's usually the runt of the litter, like it's the runt of the magpie litter. And then it managed to get up onto a little table and then on top of a pot on top of the table, and it flew off. So anyway, this little fledgling, you can tell they're fledglings because their bodies are grey and fluffy. And it hit the window, but it wasn't like a massive thump. It wasn't even stunned, but they're young and a bit naive. So I was kind of sitting there like looking a bit stupid. Luckily, we were inside. Biscuit, of course, is like, there's a bird. I want to go and see what that's all about. Probably want to eat it. But so I kept her inside, and I was like, oh, great. Because sometimes you can even have the fledglings overnight if they're not really smart and they haven't worked out how to fly. Anyway, it was bouncing around on the deck, and it was having a great time. It just couldn't fly. And I was like, work it out, dude, work it out. And then it got up onto, I've got like a little chest on my deck up the other end. I've got a little area that's sectioned off, and it's like an outdoor garden shed. So all my gardening tools and everything, they're on the deck, but they're like behind this trellis, and it had managed to get through the trellis and was sitting on my wicker basket that's got quite a few tools and fertilizers and stuff like that in it, and I was sitting on that, and I was like, okay. And then it got up onto the edge of a sun lounge that's on its side, but I was really hoping it was gone by morning, because Biscuit, part of her routine is to have a bit of a stretch out on the deck in the morning as the sun comes up, and it's mine too. Anyway, luckily it had worked out how to fly, and it had gone. But they're beautiful birds. That's the whole point of that long-winded story. I'm glad you've got a little friendly one. And they're beautiful when they know you and recognise you. They're amazing birds, and their song is amazing. Oh, a bit aggressive? Marla magpie. She hops on your lap. Gorgeous. Yeah, you can freeze butter, old woman. You can. That's amazing. She might be orphaned. Because the magpies here, I've got 2 clans, both in trees behind my house, and they've been here for longer than I have. And they do flight school, and they fly from Jude, my neighbour, who I'm going over to later. They fly across my yard and then across hers and turn around and come back, and they teach them how to dive bomb, and they're so beautiful. But our magpies don't swoop and attack. Tassie magpies are chill motherfuckers. Marla magpie, that's so cute. This log is chunky and strong. I've softened it up so much that it's perfectly softened. Kind of hard to shape. So these will be, I'm actually making a kind of high rectangle. I'll show it to you when it's wrapped, so that I get really nice big slices, and then they get put across the carrots, and it's going to look so pretty because you've got the fig and the herbs, and smells amazing. But when it's set, yeah, I'll get some really nice height to the slices, and the ones for the beans will be a smaller amount and more of a roll with little circles. This is going to be more like squares. Look at me being creative. But you really want to squeeze it in nice and tight. But I'm trying to maintain this square shape as much as I can. I'll show it to you in a sec. Here we go, guys. Where's the side that's so you can see the colours? So I don't know how the colours never pick up well on this channel, on this camera, which annoys me, because it's actually very pretty, because you've got the dark brown of the figs, the yellow of the butter, and the green of the herbs. Like, it's super pretty. So that's my honey, fig, and tarragon butter that's going to go over the roasted baby carrots. You have spoiled. I don't blame you. They're beautiful birds. But you would know, Sesh. I mean, if you haven't, there's a fantastic video on YouTube about how magpies recognize you. So in places where magpies are known for swooping and attacking, And so Marla should be fine with you because she would know your face. But a lot of the kids and stuff growing up in Adelaide, they do like sunglasses on the back of their heads and try and run away. I mean, I didn't grow up in Adelaide, but I studied there, and all my Adelaide friends used to talk about the magpies they had to deal with. And they'd run away, or they'd draw they'd wear ice cream containers as helmets and put eyes on the back of them and stuff. You're actually better off looking straight at a magpie and letting it memorize your face, because they've got amazing memories and they recognize you and they won't harm you. They think you're part of their family. And so this is going to go in the fridge. I'm just putting it on a little breadboard because I'm going to have a second roll of butter too. So that's just going to go in the fridge and it'll firm up again. It's quite beautifully softened with my warm hands. And then, yeah, tomorrow the plan will be when I cut it that there'll be these chunky squares of beautiful butter. And I'll do the other butter in a minute, but I'll do a roll for that one. Yeah, Marla recognises you, stashes the food. So cute. I love their song. I've got a big bowl of water at the end of my deck for all the wildlife, and they line up and have baths. They take turns, they line up. And one of them jumps in and has a bath and flaps his wings, and then the next one gets in. It's so cute. And then Jude's water tank has a dip on top which fills with water, and quite often the mums and the babies, the fledglings, will all be hanging out, and then the dad comes in and swoops and water goes everywhere and they all fly away, and he's just left there on his own like, I've got my own personal spa. It's pretty cute. They're beautiful birds. I mean, the fledgling the other night, Biscuit was fascinated by it too, and it was so cute, and it was such a baby, and I'm really glad that it had flown away in the morning. I did as much of a scan of the deck as I could before I let Biscuit out, but yeah, luckily it worked itself out. But the parents stay nearby and make sure it's okay. It's very sweet. Very sweet. Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera for a sec and feed my cat. It's really cute. If anyone still wants to hang around, you're welcome to. I probably will go to the loo now that I think about it. And yeah, I mean, I'll keep prepping and crapping on till 6 o'clock. It's only 5 now, so this has been a 4-hour live called Pottering in the Kitchen, and I'm going to mop up the water that I just sent flying everywhere too. So if you all need a break, go for it. I love the magpie story. See, this is the thing. There's all these amazing things that, I mean, I suspect you and I, Sesh, we know each other quite well and quite similar in many respects. We've been observers of nature and animals. We've talked about cats a lot and so on. But there's so many people that have never really had an opportunity to even just observe the local birds and animals. And because they've been at home, they're suddenly like, wow, you know, like a bird landing on a windowsill is exciting when you're in lockdown. It's like, oh. And so people are starting to appreciate so much more, I think, how smart animals and birds are. And I like to think that. I like to think some people have had a bit of a wake up and they're like, wow, these animals are actually really cool and birds are cool. Right, sweet dreams, old woman, when you nod off. I'm going to turn my camera off for a sec, feed the cat, mop the floor, go to the loo. I've got to do another round of dishes. I could probably do the next butter and then I'm going to have to do the dishes, so I might even end it. I'm trying to think what else. Oh, fuck, I haven't done potatoes yet. That's all right. That'll be... Oh, I want to show you one, though. Because I keep talking about pink eyes and everyone's like, you eat potatoes called pink eyes? Hell yes, we do. I'm actually going to put these in the pressure cooker tomorrow, I think. Because we just boil them anyway. I mean, I probably will boil them. I haven't worked out how many elements I need on my stove. Beans, gravy. I'm gonna make the bread sauce. I haven't made the bread sauce yet either. All right, still a few things for me to do. I'll go to Jude's for a break and then I'll come back and soldier on. I might soldier on with as much prepping. Get up in the morning, do the turkey, go for my walk, do the turkey, and then when the turkey's in, I'll finish the bathroom, do the vacuuming, get the Barbie cranked and ready to go. Have a shower, get ready, and around that time my sister will come. This is a bad example of a pink eye. Let me find another one. God damn it, they're letting the team down. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. But the reason they've got the name Pink Eyes is because they've got a pink, I know it is an unfortunate name, but they're the best potatoes. You can buy them in Melbourne now. I've seen Pink Eyes in Melbourne from Tassie. So, and they only grow over this period of the year. So it's a kind of Christmas tradition. So whether you can see it or not, there's a marking on the skin that's kind of pinkish. You should be able, because I can see it. Pinky, purpley sort of smears on the skin. And then they've also got these little tiny pocks. These ones are really small, and I didn't buy any particularly large ones. But as they get older, the little pock marks end up getting pink around them as well. So they're like little pink eyes. But can you see the pink on the skin? And they're incredibly beautiful. They only grow in southern Tasmania, and they're a beautiful potato. When they're cooked, they get this really gorgeous golden yellow colour. The flesh is really golden yellow. Potato disease. Well, I mean, you can get pink. Humans can get pink eye if you get grubby shit in your face and your eyes go pink. I haven't heard of a potato disease called pink eye, but this one's a bigger one. I mean, this is how they're bought. They are bought still covered in the soil. Actually, that's probably coming up pinkish, but see the little pock mark? It's kind of got a pinky, purpley sort of hue to it. But yeah, when they're cooked, there's beautiful golden yellow flesh and an amazing flavour. So you really do just boil these and serve them with, they don't taste the same steamed. I don't know why. You boil them and you just put beautiful Tasmanian butter through, and that's it. I've bought some mint. I'll put a bit of mint on top to make them look pretty. But they literally just, and they kind of like if you were making a smashed potato rather than a mashed potato, the way they cook, they don't stay completely intact. Like they are mainly intact, but little bits fall off and they soak up all the butter. Oh my God, they're great. They're great. Pink eyes. That might be my sissy's job in the morning. Wash and prep 2 kilos of potatoes, sister. But I could pressure cook those too. I could just whack them in and 7 minutes later they're done. I don't know. I've never pressure cooked them before, but I was watching a couple of videos earlier and I'm like, why don't I just do that? It's one less element on the stove. They're done in 7 minutes, not 40. I love a smashed potato too. Love me a smash. All right, I'm going to turn off the cam for a sec, feed the cat, mop the floor. I'll come back and do some more butter. I'm thinking now I probably could be live till like midnight. Still a lot of prepping to be done, but we're getting there. It's fun. I'm not stressed. No, there's not enough room, old woman, and they do roast. They are a beautiful potato to roast as well, but for Christmas Day, having them sort of slightly smashed, because as soon as once they're cooked, you just do that with the pot, and bits of their skin falling off and smashed bits covered in butter. That's how we do it on Christmas Day, and yeah, a bit of mint, but there's no room for roasting, and they are a nice potato to roast, but they are so beautiful just boiled, and it's a very Tassie thing. And I love a roast potato, don't get me wrong, but pink eyes don't need to be roasted to be amazing. They're actually, like, trust me, I'm into duck fat roasted potatoes and I love making them and they're amazing and they're crunchy, but the pink eyes just, and we do very crunchy veggies, like the beans and the carrots and everything are crunchy too. I think sometimes people roast potatoes because they need some crunch on the plate because everything else is kind of overcooked. But normally I would, but not when I'm feeding this many people. The potatoes that the beef is going to be sitting on out on the barbecue, they'll be roasted. But these ones are The ones in the boiling ones are the ones that will go more with the. Well, I mean, everything's going to go. What am I talking about? I need to go to the loo. I'm going to do that. Feed my feline, mop up the floor, and I'll switch the camera back on, and I'll mute my camera too. So, yeah, if you want to do stuff, if anyone's still here when I come back, awesome. If not, thanks to everyone who's been hanging out with me. I love our chats. I love that people come here and chat. Like, I don't have, 6 people watching and 1 person chatting, or 12 people watching and 2 people chatting. I like that. Yeah, that's how I love to do my smashed potato. Spring onion's great. I do love it. I have done with pink eye. Sometimes I'll put chives through, but they're beautiful just on there. Honestly, there's no other potato on the planet that can stand on its own the way the pink eyes can. There's just something about them. Like a Dutch cream smashed potato with spring onion, butter, salt, pepper. You bring it on. We do put salt and pepper through through the potatoes as well. Butter and salt and pepper. But yeah. All right. You might go. You buy raw, woman. You're not upset that I said I don't want to roast my potatoes. Thanks for hanging. Oh, you're in bed. Sweet dreams, beautiful. Thanks for hanging out with me. And yeah, like I said, if you guys want to hang out while I'm just mucking around for about 10 minutes, feel free to. Otherwise, I'll just cam up. Maybe only 5 minutes, but I'll just cam up again when I'm good to go again and biscuits sorted. But thank you so much. I wish everyone the most beautiful Christmas, whatever you're doing, even if you're spending it on your own. Like, indulge, enjoy. Think about all the Christmases where you've been surrounded by relatives who give you the shits, and be grateful that you don't have to see any of them. You love boiled pots. I love you too, though. Sweet dreams to you. Yeah, thanks to everyone who was here earlier, who joined in the middle, who's here at the end. But it's not really the end. It's just an intermission. I wish I had a little sign that said intermission. Yeah, but happy Christmas to you, old woman, and everyone who as well who's been and gone. I mean, from my chat, not on the planet. That's sort of insensitive. Wasn't meaning that quite gone. But I'll be back in a minute before I keep. See, this is what happens when I need to go to the loo. My brain starts to malfunction. I'll see you in a few minutes. If anyone's still here, it's probably going to be a good thing if nobody is. It'd be interesting to see if everyone bails and then I come back, whether anyone comes back, or if I get all these other randoms, or if my chat just gets taken over by trolls. But anyway, enjoy your break if you're hanging around. Enjoy your intermission. We'll be back shortly. Cue elevator music. Oh, there's still 3 people. I'm just doing biscuits food now because I got a text message that I had to deal with. So you're hearing me cutting up her medicine, and she has tablets and then a liquid medicine. But the tablets have to be cut into quarter. She only has a quarter of a tablet. And as luck would have it, today I needed to cut some more tablets, so doing that. I wonder who the 3 people are. Good to have you here. I might be one of them. And then I'm going to make the butter, and then I'll do the dishes. Yay, Brit's still here. Yay! I didn't want to get rid of anyone, but I wouldn't have been upset. I mean, I'm not upset that people left. I probably wouldn't have been that exciting. Imagine someone just coming along going, oh, I wonder what this person's talking about, and just silence. Ooh. They should put, YouTube Studio should put some intermission music. I mean, there is an audio library. I could have put some music, but it's not great when you're cooking, competing with some ghastly Carol. I know that his name isn't a great one on YouTube anymore, but the first year of me mucking around on YouTube channels, only went live, and he had some audio library Christmas music playing, and it sounded like something out of a 70s porno. It was hilarious. So Biscuit's having beef in jelly. She has a liquid medication, so I just had to dose out 1.5 mils of that, and then also pulverize a tablet, and it all gets concealed in her wet food. Can you hear her? She's excited. It's the most wonderful time of the day when your name is Biscuit. Here you go, gorgeous. Oh, I know. It's very exciting. I love that noise that she makes. I'm not sure if she's being really bossy and going, hurry the fuck up. And she also gets a smattering of dry biscuits as well. She gets half a sachet of wet food with her medicine hidden in it, and then some kibble. Okay. Wash my hands again. I'm on to my 4th tea towel. I hate it when tea towels get really damp and soggy. And then I've got hydronic heating, so I put them over the radiator and they dry, and then I put them in the wash. It doesn't make them stinky. Tea towels can really get stinky. Okay, let's make this other butter, and then I'm going to do the dishes and get ready to go over to Jude's. And I probably will go live again later because I'm enjoying having company while I do this. Your magpie mate is here. Have you done videos of Marla? I'm sure you must have. Right, butter number 2. I'm going to make this 250 grams because, well, it's a bit less than that because I used a bit of the butter to cook the onion for the stuffing for the turkey. So I'm going to use up the remaining butter. Oh, hang on, I'll put my camera back on. I didn't even get glammed up or anything. I feel overly glamour with dangly earrings on, but I didn't. I didn't frock up for the occasion. Another knife. And yeah, I'll do some dishes and we'll have a bit of a chit chat before I sign off. I'm glad I made that dip at the start that I can take over to Jude's with some crackaroonies. And I've got a Christmas present for her and also her birthday. Her birthday is on December the 13th, and I haven't seen her to give her her birthday present. And her Christmas present is a calendar with biscuit in it. And then my other neighbour, because I mean Christmas Eve is a really hard time to put on a little drinking session. So my other immediate neighbour, Colleen, she's coming as well. So she's also getting a biscuit calendar, and they're both getting body scrubs to use in the showers as well. And a bottle of bubbles. And I'll go over there for an hour and just chill out and catch up with them. And then I've got the excuse of Christmas is at my place and I'm on my own. Got to keep moving, and I'll come back and get on with it. Keep prepping till I can prep no more. And then I'll probably set the table. And yeah, I've got my little sous chef tomorrow for about 3 hours as well before everyone else arrives. So pretty chilled out. I don't know why people panic so much. I mean, I had the luxury of not working yesterday, so I was able to do a lot of shopping yesterday as well. But if you're organised, like if I was working, I would have stopped at the shops on the way home, because yesterday I did all the dairy, like ice cream and creams and custard, and I found it. I wasn't going to get custard, I was going to make custard, but I found a Bundaberg rum custard. I'm like, thank you, that'll go really well with the rum and maple syrup and profiterole trifle. So this is the pistachio, orange and cranberry butter. This is going to go on the green beans. So we've got a stick of butter. We've got 250 grams of the butter. We're going to put in half a cup of craisins, dried cranberries. These fuckers. Craisins. I've always got craisins in my house. They go into a lot of things that I make, because a lot of Middle Eastern stuff has often asked for barberries, and it's not. I used to have to order them online, barberries, and if I run out of them, I just use craisins. But they work. About a half a cup, all right. Like I said, I'm a bit of a guesstimator. And you don't even chop them. They go in chunky and strong. A few more for good measure. We're going to do half a cup of chopped pistachio nuts. Now my little vegan nut allergic nephew, because he's vegan, he's got his own butter. So when I do the veggies tomorrow, we take some veggies out and they get cooked on their own in their own little dishes, and they get dressed just with his butter. I could chuck some craisins and stuff on there tomorrow, but I can't do the nuts. So I'm just getting, what was it, a quarter of a cup, half a cup of pistachios. And they said slivered. I'm not going to sit here and individually sliver the pistachios. I'm just going to chop them chunky and strong. She took off again, wasn't too hungry. What do you give her to eat, Seth? She might have mentioned that before. Was it mealworm or something? They're such gorgeous birds. They get such a bad reputation because Collingwood Football Club has them as their logo. Animal as their logo, but yeah, they're animal. And they swoop. The mainland ones do. Their song is so pretty, and they're very smart birds. I love them. I'm a huge fan of the magpies, and I love that flight school happens right outside my house. It's great to watch the parents teaching the little ones. So cool. And I love how they hang out together, the clans, like they stay together. It's pretty gorgeous, really. And the male magpies, the daddy magpies, are just such Aussie blokes, you know. They, like the one that dive bombs the water tank, and the mum and the babies all fly off, and then he's just on his own like, yeah, I've got this whole thing to myself. So many Aussie dads like that. I don't want any whole pistachios, but I'm not chopping them so that they're like powder. Bit of rustic cooking to annoy the guy at the Agrarian Kitchen who told me rustic means lazy. All right, a bit of orange zest action. Now, zesting. When it comes to zesting, I zest two ways. Here it is. I didn't want to rummage if this was berry because of the noise that my utensil truck makes, but here we are. Oh, the whisk has just thrown itself out. Another thing to watch. So a lot of people use a microplane when they zest, you know, just, and it's really fine. And a lot of the time I will do a zest with the microplane and it's quite a fine zest. But because I'm making these pretty butters that are going to look all gorgeous and colourful, see the pretty colours, I'm using my other zest machine. I've also got this little fucker which is really good for ginger and garlic, for mincing them. But for things like festive occasions, I like this little zester. So I'll show you in a sec. You get more like little spirally things with it. Like that. So it's going to add to the colour, and it's in a butter and it's all going to melt all over the beans, and people will get like proper pops of orange. You're meant to put about 2 tablespoons. I'm just guesstimating what I'm putting in. I'm the same, Ruth. I love chunky food. He was being pretentious, Sesh, but then he went on to say, well, I'm a rustic cook too, and it's like, fuck you then, you fucker. But yeah, I'm just zesting it straight into the bowl because you do get a bit of juice flying off the fruit as well. Can all just go in together and be amazing. And I'm just going to kind of stop when I think I've got about 2 tablespoons. Well, this orange smells incredible. But yeah, I'll show you some more of these spirals. They are spirally until I pick them up. They're kind of curly. A little bit more. All the flavours. But yeah, it'll add colour because you'll have the beautiful red of the cranberries and then the orange of the zest. So that's probably, well, a bit more. Actually, fuck it. Let's just do the whole orange. There's not much of it left that hasn't been attacked by me. So there we go. So 2 tablespoons of orange zest is roughly an orange, give or take. Bit of thyme leaf action. Love me some thyme. How beautiful are these butters with the fruits and herbs and nuts and all things great. So thyme, they're saying, what do they say? 2 tablespoons. So again, I'm not chopping it. I'm literally just plucking the leaves off and chucking it straight in because I'm a lazy cook. Sometimes with thyme you can just go and it all comes off. Most of the time, no. I don't even care if I get a bit of stalk in there. Like, it's all flavour. And it's a beautiful rustic home-cooked Christmas feast. So my family don't complain. They're amazed on me. They'll be amazed I'm even making flavoured butters. They'd probably just put the butter in the tub straight on the table with a knife sticking out of it and go for gold. Not the way I do things, though. I like all these. I like cooking and relaxing in the kitchen. So the more things I have to do in the kitchen, the happier I am. I was thinking earlier, whoever was saying I need a tripod so you can see everything that's happening on the bench, it probably is more interesting than looking at my face. Maybe I should have just put the camera down on the bench the whole time. Didn't think about that. In the new year. Although, no, I have actually tried to do that, but the tripod of my camera is actually on and it's attached to the camera. The camera's great. The tripod's terrible. It really annoys me. I have tried to do that before and it's fallen over. There's not a lot of weight in the tripod. It gets very top heavy. If the thing stands up and stays in one spot, it's pretty amazing. Yeah, flavoured butters are beautiful. Zesters are great. Like, do you like the little curly ones too, or are you more of a microplane dude? Because yeah, I like the real zest. I mean, sometimes the microplane I need it because sometimes you do need it to be fine. But if you're doing a flavoured butter, you want to be able to see the nuts and the fruits and everything else. And as it all melts, you want that left on top of the vegetables. So pretty. What else are we putting? Just salt and pepper. Easy. You can keep extra butter wrapped and refrigerated for up to 2 weeks. Whoever asked earlier, may not have been about the butter, but yeah. That sprig of thyme's a bit excessive. That's not going to assist me with my rolling. If you can't get fresh herbs, there's nothing wrong with the dried stuff because it's all about the flavour. It won't look as pretty, but don't feel bad if you can't get fresh things. And sometimes things just aren't seasonal. But, you know, I deliberately chose a seasonal menu so I could get all these fresh herbs and stuff. It helps to look through cookbooks and magazines that are the country that you're in and the ones that favour seasonal produce, because then they do all of that planning for you. Maybe a little bit more thyme. I love growing thyme. That's on my, I've got thyme. I've got quite a few seeds to plant. So I'll try my little herb garden again. The problem is the possums. I keep thinking I might just have to get like a little greenhouse for my deck that I can stick all the herbs in and the possums can't get into it. I even saw the other day, it's actually like an apiary cage sort of one with a little gate going in, and I was like, oh, even something like that would probably be great. But I had a look at the gap and I was like, the possums would still be able to get through the door between the gate and the rest of the apiary, which is weird. Like, as a bird, you think would be able to get out too, but I don't know. All right, that's probably enough time. I'll just do these last few little bits. Yeah, microplanes have their place in the kitchen, don't they? Yeah, I know, butter in the middle of the table. It's so true, isn't it? And one of these knives, which I inherited from, I wouldn't inherit, they weren't left to me specifically, but one of these knives with the bone handles, or the imitation ones, like some families have the plastic ones. Yeah, Duck River butter, which is a Tassie butter, knife sticking out of it, go for it. Get that in your guts. Oh, some basil and chilies. Yum. Yeah, zesters are so cute and they're gorgeous. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. I love kitchen equipment, but look how pretty. I love that they've got the little circles and just up the top and what they actually create. They're just great little, I mean, Sesh knows what a zester looks like, but for anyone that's curious, they're just great little things to have in your kitchen. I've got a few things in my kitchen that I'm supremely fond of, and my zester is one of them. All right, we've got enough time happening, plenty of time for me to do the dishes and head over to Jude's. Let's just mix this together. Oh, wait, no. Let's put in some seasoning, motherfuckers. Salt. Bit more salt. Cracked pepper. We're using unsalted butter, remember. Go nuts with the pepper. Wash my hands for the 79th time. I had a beautiful, I've got basil growing here actually, which is stunning. Basil grows really well. I need to give it a bit more water. It's getting a bit limp today, but that's my basil. And that's happy as a, except for that dead bit that I just showed you. But yeah, that's my happy basil. But my chili plants, the possums fucking ate my chili plants. And it's like, hello? I deliberately thought planting chili would be a safe bet. I was like, there's no way possums are going to want to go anywhere near chili. Well, they went near it. Bastards. But yeah, I might look at getting a little, there's little like clear plastic sort of perspex-y miniature greenhouses that you can't actually get into like physically, but you can put your hand in and you can zip them up. And I might just stick all my herbs in there because I get such a beautiful, such a great outlook and get a lot of sun. And a lot of things are growing, like my olive trees. I've got olive trees on my deck. I've got lily-pilly trees. I've got a heap of succulents. I've got, what's that called? I've got quite a few different flowers, hydrangeas, camellias, a little magnolia tree. There's another tree I've got that's got really sticky flowers and petal leaves, and I hate it because it's just like a rhododendron. Yes, I've got a few. But yeah, my herbs the possums are just assholes. They don't touch the rosemary. But they eat everything else. So things like parsley, chives, thyme, oregano, sage. My bay tree got it. I've got a goji berry tree. It hasn't produced any goji berries yet. I think it probably will next year. But the possums eat the goji berry leaves because they're jerks. But goji berry trees, if you want to give someone a weird present if they're into gardening, give them a goji berry tree because it looks like a pot of sticks for most of the time with like 7 leaves on it. And the leaves are really tiny and thin, a bit like the tarragon leaves. And then suddenly they'll be like, boom, green. And then they go back to looking like twigs again. And people go, that plant looks dead. It's like, no, that's actually a really happy plant. But as soon as mine gets a lot of leaves on it, the possums just vacuum it. Because they're bastards. They destroyed my lemons, my lime, my bay leaf tree, my kaffir lime, gone. Oh, into your sprouter. Nice. Nice. It's nothing better than fresh herbs. All right. So I'm going to get some more baking paper. There's the butter. And it'll be semi-log-like in a second. Messenger SOS. Okay, Melmo, I will end this live. I'll just, hang on. I will end the live and get onto Messenger. So, Groovers, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to roll this, chuck it in the freezer with the other one. Love you heaps, and see you again soon. I might come back later after I've been next door. Stay safe, everyone. Stay groovy. Mel, I'm on to you. I'll give you a message shortly. Love you guys.